Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Possessed 8 Sentient Quirks? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku came home from daycare more excited than ever. Clearly, he was ready to start gushing the second he walked in the door, but he held back the urge. Sighing, Inko smiled and asked, "So, what happened at daycare today?" Izuku immediately exploded. Kaken got his quirk today. He can make tiny booms with his hands, and he said it was his sweat blowing up, and he said it felt all tingly on his hands, and he said it made him feel cool, and I thought it looked so cool, and he's gonna be such a great hero. Inko gasped. Oh, how nice. It sounds like he takes after both Mitsuki and Masu. I bet they're both happy. Izuku bounced up and down on the ball of his feet. Mama, when am I gonna get my quirk? I want a cool quirk like Kaken's. Inko laughed and picked her little boy up. Well, I'm certain your quirk will be just as cool as his, whenever it does happen to come. Izuku squealed and struck a pose in midair. Me and Kaken are gonna be the best heroes together. By morning, all of that enthusiasm was completely gone. Inko poked her head into her son's bedroom to find him tossing and turning, feverishly scratching any part of his body he could reach. Oh, Izuku! Are you alright? What's wrong, baby? Mom, it itches. Everything's so bright and loud, and I feel tingly all over, and my head hurts really bad, and I don't know what's wrong. Inko quickly rushed to her son's bedside, wincing as she felt how hot his forehead was. Okay, sweetie, you don't have to go to daycare today. You can stay home and watch All Might, okay? Izuku whimpered as he rubbed at his leg. Okay. Inko rushed to the kitchen and grabbed her phone off the counter, quickly dialing the daycare. Come on. Hello, Kizu-san? It's Midoriya Inko. My son woke up this morning really sick, so he won't be coming to daycare today. The attendant hummed, worry evident in her voice. Oh, poor boy. I'll be sure to let the other kids know if they ask. Oh, Katsuki's going to be so upset. He was so excited to tell little Izuku what he named his quirk. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Katsuki keeps it a secret until he can see Izuku again. Inko giggled. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised either. Anyway, thank you for understanding, but I have to go make sure Izuku's alright. Hopefully, I'll have better news later. Talk to you again. She hung up and hurried back to her son's room, pulling back his All Might comforter and gasping when she saw that the sheets were utterly soaked with sweat. Oh, honey, were you hot all night? Izuku nodded with another whimper. It feels so bad, Mama. How do I make it stop? Inko hummed worriedly. I don't know, sweetie, I don't know. But I'll call the doctor and ask him about it. Do you think you can eat something? Izuku nodded weakly. I'm really hungry. Inko smiled. Okay, sweetie. Why don't you put on your pajamas and go to the dining room while I make you some breakfast, okay? Izuku nodded and peeled himself out of his bed, slowly walking over to his dresser. Inko hurried back to the kitchen, yanking a cabinet open and digging through it for a bit, before pulling out a box of almighty oats and setting it on the counter. As she stuck a slice of bread in the toaster, Izuku waddled out in one of his many All Might onesies, still feverishly scratching at his chest and back. She quickly handed him the bowl of cereal and a spoon, before ushering him onto the couch. The toaster dinged, and she pulled a butter knife from the block with her quirk, snagging the butter from the fridge. Checking to make sure the bread was warm and soft how Izuku liked it, she lightly buttered it and hustled the plate to the living room, setting it down on the coffee table. Izuku weakly glanced up at her. Thanks, Mama. I feel so bad. Inko patted him on the head. It's okay, sweetie, we'll figure this out. Do you think you'll be okay while Mommy makes a phone call? He nodded weakly and went back to his cereal. Inko ran to the front room and pulled out her phone again, scrolling through her contacts list until she found the local doctor's office. She tapped her foot impatiently as the line rang once, twice, 3. Muzutafu Pediatrics, Akaichi Nag are speaking. Yes, Akaichi-san? Midoriya Inko. Ah, Midoriya-san. You seem quite worried. Is something wrong with little Izuku? Yes, he woke up this morning drenched in sweat and itchy all over. He says everything seems bright and loud, and his head hurts, but he's well enough to eat, and I don't know what's wrong. Okay, please calm down, Midoriya-san. Now, walk me through what he looks like. Inko whimpered and poked her head around the corner, watching her son slowly eat his breakfast. Okay, well, he's got red marks on his cheeks, but I don't know if those are from scratches or if they're a rash. What kind of red marks? Inko frowned. Well, they almost look like flames, but I could be wrong about that. Akaichi-san paused. Flames, you say? Is there anything else? Izuku glanced up at her, and she gave an encouraging smile, only to pause as she noticed something else. Yes, he has light blue marks near his eyes that I think look like lightning bolts. Izuku waved back. And there are darker blue marks on his palms that look like squares. Akaichi-san hummed. Okay, I think he may not actually be sick. Inko ducked back around the corner. Are you sure? The doctor grunted. Not entirely, but mostly sure. I've heard these kinds of symptoms from my sister, Mizu. She's actually a quirk counselor, and she specializes in early manifestations. Give me a second. There was a beep, and a new voice chimed in. What's the situation? Akaichi-san responded. Midoriya-san's son, Izuku, woke up sweaty, itchy, and overstimulated, but with a healthy-ish appetite and strange colored markings on his body. Red on the cheeks, cyan near the eyes, and blue on the palms. The newcomer whistled. In my experience, that sounds a lot like the development of a sentient quirk. Inko gasped. Really? Akaichi-san's sister hummed. Yep. The overstimulation is because there's a second mind practically speedrunning human development, including the senses. Extra input for sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and even temperature. The hunger is because the kid's got another mind to feed. The itchiness and sweating are part of the overstimulation. Inko hummed. Well, what should I do? Make sure the kid is in a safe place, give him plenty of food and water, and try to take his mind off his senses. Distract him with something, maybe something he really enjoys. With any luck, your kid's quirk will fully manifest itself in a little bit, after which the symptoms should mostly fade. You might want to keep him home for a day or so after it appears, just to be on the safe side. Inko sighed. Thank you so much, Akaichi-san. Akaichi-san, the brother, chuckled. Not a problem, Midoriya-san. Izuku's a wonderful patient, I'd hate it if anything bad happened to him. His sister interrupted, one more thing. I'd recommend keeping it quiet that this is his quirk developing. It could make him focus on the sensory input, which tends to emphasize the discomfort. Inko nodded. I understand. Thank you so much for your help. She hung up and walked back into the living room, noticing that Izuku had finished his cereal and was cautiously munching on the bread. Am I gonna be okay, Mama? Inko smiled and walked over, running a hand through her son's curls. You're gonna be fine, Izuku. Akaichi-san told me that it should get better if you get some food. Izuku took a big bite of the bread, chewing it before swallowing. Yeah, I noticed that things felt a bit better after I finished the cereal. Can I have some rice and fish? Inko giggled and ruffled his hair. Of course, sweetie. Once breakfast was over, Izuku's condition had improved slightly. Granted, he fell asleep on the couch, but he wasn't sweating up a flood, so Inko took that as a win. She spent that morning calling her boss to let him know she was taking care of Izuku for the next couple days, then cleaning up the dishes from breakfast and washing his blankets. At lunchtime, Izuku woke up again and downed a healthy meal, albeit slower than usual. He stayed awake this time, and once the dishes were cleaned, he felt healthy enough to walk to his bedroom and sit in his bed. Inko quickly moved the computer to his bedside, setting the monitor and keyboard on his lap. Do you want me to pull up that All Might video again, sweetie? Izuku took a moment, then slowly shook his head. No thanks, Mama. Everything's still a little loud, and I think the shouting would be too much right now. Inko smiled softly and carefully removed the monitor and keyboard from his lap. That's okay, sweetie. Do you need anything? Izuku reached up and grabbed her arm. Can you stay here? Inko pulled over the chair from his desk, setting it next to his bed. Of course, sweetie. I'll be here as long as you need me. Izuku smiled and leaned back against his pillows, staring at the All Might poster on the opposite wall. Do you think All Might ever got sick like this, Mama? Inko frowned. I don't know, sweetie. I've never seen him get sick, but I don't know everything about him. I bet he got sick before he was All Might, though. Izuku paused. But he's always been All Might, hasn't he? Inko smiled. Well, he had to be someone before he could be a hero, didn't he? It's not like he was born throwing smashes and saving people from burning buildings. Izuku giggled. That's true. They sat in silence for a few seconds. Mama? What did the doctor say was wrong with me? Inko paused. Don't worry about that, sweetie. He told me everything that I needed to do to help you feel better, and that's what I'm doing. You're gonna be okay, honey. There was another pause. Izuku. He groaned and grabbed his arms, curling in on himself. It's starting to hurt again, Mama. But I don't feel hungry this time. Okay, sweetie, do you want me to call the doctor again? Izuku suddenly grabbed her arm. No, don't go. He winced again and clutched at his stomach, curling in on himself further. Inko reached a hand out, only to pause when she noticed that his hair was shifting. The windows were closed, there was no breeze through the apartment, but Izuku's hair was definitely moving. Sweetie! Izuku gasped, and there was a flash of rainbow-colored light. Inko turned away and covered her eyes, blinking as spots clouded her vision. After a few seconds, the light faded and she lowered her arm. Izuku, are you okay? Her son's curls were now a shimmering, metallic color. She couldn't exactly call it silver, it was almost like a mirror or a prism. Then she heard a warbling sound from above, and she glanced up, gasping. Izuku, look! Her son glanced up and gasped at the 8 tiny squid-like creatures floating above the bed. They all had a large head and 3 tentacles coming from the bottom, but each one had a unique color and minor variations on the base design. The white one had a singular eye and 2 antennae on top. The cyan one had 2 eyes and tentacles shaped like lightning bolts. The red one had 3 eyes in a triangle and a head shaped like a flame. The orange one had 2 eyes stacked vertically, knobs on the ends of its short tentacles, and a cone-ish head. The yellow one had 1 eye and a triangular head with moving stripes. The green one had a single eye, tentacles like the orange one, and a short head. The blue one had 3 eyes in a row, a cubic head, and blocky tentacles. The pink one had a single eye and 5 spikes spaced around its head. She and Izuku blinked. The squids blinked back in unison. Izuku slowly lowered his gaze to his now unblemished body, staring at his hands. That I don't feel funny anymore. He glanced up and fingered a lock of his prismatic hair. My hair looks weird. The squids all exchanged glances, before the white one floated down to hover in front of Izuku's face. It let out a warbling noise that sounded like gibberish to Inko. What was that? Izuku blinked. You didn't understand it? It asked me if I was a friend. He turned to the squid. Yeah, I'm a friend. Who are you? The squid tilted its head curiously and warbled again. Inko frowned. It still doesn't make sense to me. Izuku hummed. It said that it didn't know. That it wasn't 1 second and then it was the next. Or something like that. A smile slowly stretched over Inko's face. Izuku. Yeah, Mama? I think your quirk came in. Akaichi-san was more than willing to see them without an appointment, and even called in his sister to look at Izuku. There had been some confusion getting all the squids into the car, and they'd drawn some weird looks in the waiting room. But Izuku didn't care. He finally had his quirk. And it was sentient. It was like he suddenly had a whole bunch of new friends. They only had to wait a little bit before the nurse at the front desk called them up. Dr. Akaichi will see you now. Mom led him to a room at the back of the doctor's office, and Akaichi-san brightened when he saw Izuku. So, how are you feeling, little man? Izuku beamed. I feel great. It's so much better when I'm not all itchy and I've got new friends. The doctor's sister giggled. Well, why don't you hop up on this table so we can take a look, yeah? Izuku complied, barely even flinching as they went through the typical doctor checkups. The whole time, the squids were floating near the ceiling and watching with a mixture of expressions. The yellow and orange ones were the most nervous, while the white and green ones seemed more curious than anything else. Akaichi-san stepped back and removed his stethoscope from his ears with a grin. Well, you're the picture of health, little man. Now, why don't we talk a bit about these new friends of yours? The white one floated down and warbled, Is it gonna hurt? Izuku shook his head. No, Akaichi-san's good about that. He's not gonna hurt you. The Quirk counselor frowned. Never heard a Quirk speak in a language only understandable to the user. But stranger things have happened, I guess. Now, while it's not unheard of for a sentient Quirk to just exist, more often than not it carries some unique abilities of its own. Going off the multifaceted nature of this one, I think it's likely that each one carries its own unique power. Unfortunately, this room isn't the best place for testing, so let's hold off on that for now. The blue one yawned and floated down towards Izuku's head. Staying up high makes me tired. The squid landed on his prism-colored hair, and there was a flash of blue light. When it faded, Akaichi-san blinked and grabbed a nearby hand mirror, showing Izuku that his hair was now the same blue as the squid. Izuku blinked in surprise, then glanced down at his hands. It feels tingly under the skin. Not a bad tingly, like an itch, but still tingly. The white squid floated down, cautiously laying a tentacle on Izuku's head. Nothing happened, and it floated back an inch, laying one tentacle against the bottom of its head. And supporting it with another. Only one at a time. Izuku inched himself off the table and landed on his feet, only to leave cracks in the floor where he fell. Everyone gathered blinked, and then there was another blue flash. The blue squid spun backwards through the air, quickly regaining its balance. Wow. That felt weird. Izuku glanced up, confirming that, indeed, his hair was back to looking like a prism. So my hair reflects the color of the squid I fuse with? The white one glanced at the red one and jerked its head at Izuku. The red one nodded and floated closer, tapping Izuku's nose with a tentacle. This time, the flash of light was red, and the feeling in his hands felt a lot warmer. Another check of his hair revealed that it was now a brilliant red. Izuku clapped his hands together, and fire burst from the point of impact. Another red flash, and the red one flew towards the ceiling to join the others. Akaichi-san's sister smiled. Well, while this has been fascinating, I think we've seen enough to conclusively put down an official description for your Quirk registry, kid. I already brought the forms with me, so just give me a second here. The woman pulled some papers out of his lab coat and grabbed a pen from a cup on the counter. As she began writing on the papers, Izuku hauled himself back up onto the table, and the other squids settled down a little bit away from him. So, are we still friends? The white one nodded. Of course. Even if we didn't want to be friends, it's not like we could leave you. Izuku smiled. Okay. Then, done. The Quirk counselor turned on her heel and walked over to Izuku, handing him a clipboard with a bunch of pages in it. Here you go. Everything's all filled out, except for one thing. It's customary in my line of work to let the kid have a go at naming their Quirk. Granted, I won't let you name just anything, but your input is key. Izuku took another look at the squids. Now that he was really looking at them, he could see little flakes of color shooting off every now and then. It was like that English word Mom had said to him a while back. Oh, what was it again? Right. Izuku smiled and met the doctor's eyes. Wisps. Katsuki huffed as he walked into daycare, still not seeing any sign of Zucken. Come on, where is he? I gotta tell him my Quirk's name. The daycare lady sighed. I'm sure he'll come by eventually, Katsuki-kun. Inko-san said that he wasn't feeling well, so it might be a couple of days before you see him again. Why don't you talk about your Quirk with the other kids? Katsuki pouted and crossed his arms. No. I'm waiting till Zucken gets back. He's gotta be the first to hear what I called it. Suddenly, the door slid open again, and Katsuki nearly gave himself whiplash as he heard a familiar voice call out, Kaken, Kaken. Katsuki grinned and ran up to Zucken. About time. Come in, I want to tell you what I named my Quirk. Zucken laughed. Okay, but I've got something to show you too. Actually, can I show you mine first? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Fine, but make it quick. It had better be cool. Zucken turned around and held out his hand to someone outside the room. Come on, it's okay. Nobody's gonna hurt you, I promise. Katsuki suddenly registered Zucken's weird hair that seemed to reflect the light, but that came second to the 8 flying squids that zoomed in, drawing gasps and excited squeals from everyone. Katsuki couldn't help but grin. Took you long enough to get your quirk. I knew you wouldn't stay behind me for too long. Zucken beamed. Everyone come say hi to Kaken. Kaken, these are my wisps. The squids flew down to hover behind Zucken, and Katsuki gave what he thought was a kind grin. Hey, The red one tilted its head curiously, then floated closer. It reached out with a fiery tentacle and tapped his hand. Suddenly, it vanished in a flash of red light, and Zucken gasped. Kaken, he fused with you. Auntie Inko giggled and pulled out a hand mirror, showing Katsuki that his spiky blonde hair had flecks of red in it. He snorted, then paused. Wait, my hands feel funky. It feels like there's too much sweat. He tried to let off a spark, only to pale when a really big boom erupted from his palms. The squid flew out in another red flash, and Katsuki stared at his hands blankly, before slowly lifting his head to meet the thing's gaze. A huge grin stretched across his face. Okay, that's super cool. Zucken beamed. I know, right? I didn't even know they could fuse with other people before now. But they can give me powers, too. Watch this. The green one flew into Zucken's hair, turning it bright green. Zucken lifted off the ground, surrounded by a green glow, and the adults gasped. Katsuki grinned and jumped up, grabbing Zucken's ankle and pulling him back down to the ground. I told you we'd be the best heroes together. Zucken laughed and hugged him tightly, lifting off the ground a couple inches. We are, Kaken. We're gonna be great heroes. Hisashi kept up his smile as the customer left his cubicle, only dropping the facade once they were out of earshot. He let out a deep sigh and slumped in his office chair, swiveling to stare at a picture of himself, Inko, and Izuku standing in front of Mike Tower. The photo had been taken a couple days before he'd left Japan to work at this merchandising company in America. I wonder how they're doing. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, eyes widening when he saw who it was. He eagerly accepted the call, already shooting up and running to the employee break room. Inko, what is it? Is something wrong? Did something happen to Izuku? Do I need to come back already? His wife laughed heartily. Calm down, Hisashi. It's actually wonderful news. Izuku's quirk came in. Hisashi beamed. Oh, that's wonderful, honey. What is it? Is it pyrokinesis like I guessed it would be? Inko laughed again. Actually no. It's 8 sentient squid-like creatures that can fly and fuse with people to grant extra powers. Hisashi paused. Really? I was hoping he'd take after me more than my brother. Your brother? Hisashi nodded as he walked into the break room. Yeah. My family has a bunch of quirks related to mythical creatures. Mine is loosely based on Western dragons, and I have a brother whose quirk basically makes him a kraken. Is Izuku alright, though? Inko chuckled. Oh, he's absolutely over the moon. He was so excited when he learned that the wisps, as he calls them, can fuse with other people as well as him. He kept going on and on about how he could make Katsuki an even cooler hero, as he put it. Hisashi chuckled. Yeah, that sounds like Izuku, alright. Phew. And I was worried it was something serious. Still miffed that I missed his quirk manifestation, though. Inko giggled. Oh, it was some story. When it first happened, I thought he had suddenly come down with some rare disease. He was sweaty and itchy all over, and his senses were overstimulated. Thankfully, Akaichi-san has a sister who specializes in early manifestations, and they were able to walk me through everything until the wisps appeared. I almost worried myself half to death. Hisashi snorted. Well, that's great news. With any luck, I might be able to convince my boss to give me a week off. I'll come see the two of you as soon as I can. I'll hold you to that, Hisashi. 11 years later, Izuku stared up at the massive building ahead of him, the enormity of the situation hitting him like a ton of the bricks underfoot. Wow. To believe I'm actually applying to UA. Katsuki scoffed, his bag slung over his shoulder as usual. Believe it's true. Now come on, We don't want to be late for the written portion. Izuku nodded and stepped forward, only for his foot to hit a loose brick in the pavement. He tipped over, and green trilled in alarm, shooting out of his bag and keeping him from face-planting. As he regained his balance, he suddenly noticed a girl with her hand extended towards him. She squeaked and pulled her hand back, rubbing at her neck nervously. "Oh, sorry. It's just that you looked like you were about to fall, and I thought that'd be an omen of bad luck. Good luck on the exam, I guess." Izuku stared as she ran off. What was that all about? Katsuki shrugged. "Beats me. Let's get moving." The written exam passed in a blur, and Izuku quickly found his way to the auditorium for the practical orientation. After finding his assigned seat, he unzipped his bag and let the wisps out, the critters zooming through the air around him. He was certain he was drawing quite a few stares, but he ignored them up until the point someone started shouting at him. "Excuse me." Izuku glanced up at the blue-haired student chopping his arm. "Can I help you? It is extremely rude to allow your pets to cause this disturbance. Please corral them so that the others may focus on the task ahead." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Would you prefer if they were doing this during the orientation?" The other teen paused. You raise a fair point." Izuku nodded. "I'm letting them get their energy out now so that they aren't pent up while we're supposed to be receiving directions. It's hard for them to sit still for very long. The written exam was already pushing it. Oh, and for the record, they're my quirk, not my pets." The student bowed. "I see. I apologize for my rash assumption." Izuku waved a hand dismissively. "Sentient quirks aren't too common. It's an easy misconception." He stuck out his hand. "Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Midoriya Izuku." The other boy accepted the handshake. "Ida Tenya. I wish you good luck on the practical exam." Izuku grinned. "Likewise." Katsuki entered the auditorium and walked up to Izuku's row, plopping in the seat next to him. "If I'd known the exam was gonna be that FNG weird, I would have studied harder." Izuku patted the blonde on the back. "Don't sweat it." The lights dimmed, and the wisps reconvened in Izuku's bag. Spotlights shone on the podium, revealing Present Mike in all his banana-haired glory. "Everybody say hi." Dead silence. What a refined response. In any case, welcome to the debriefing for the Hero Course practical examination. Your task is to face down hordes of robotic villains swarming through the city. If you'll take a look at your applicant IDs, you'll see your assigned battle center. Once you've been given your instructions, you'll board one of 7 buses to your designated site, after which you'll have 10 minutes to wreck as many bots as you can. The villains are worth 1, 2, or 3 points each. The difficulty scales with the point value, so it's up to you on what to do. Do you take lots of lower-risk targets and build up your score slowly, or do you go for broke and take down the biggest threats immediately? It's your choice. Ida shot up. "Excuse me, sir. According to the pamphlet, there are 4 types of robots. I certainly hope that a prestigious institution such as UA would not make such a grievous error." The hero sighed. "Keep your breathes on, listener, I was just getting to that. The 4th robot type is worth 0 points. Zip, zilch, nada. This one's designed to be an insurmountable obstacle. He's not impossible to beat, but there's no reward for doing so. He absolutely rampages in close quarters, so if you see him, your best bet is probably to run the other way. Luckily for you all, there's only one of them per battle center." Ida bowed. "I see. Please excuse my interruption." Present Mike chuckled. "Now remember, you're all here to try to be heroes, so attacking the other examinees is a big no-no. Outside equipment is allowed, so long as you cleared it with administration beforehand, you dig? That's all you need to know, so get out there, go plus ultra, and good luck suffering." The lights turned back on, and Izuku glanced at his ID. "I'm at Site B. What about you?" Katsuki grunted. "I'm at Site. Guess they don't want people from the same school to work together." Izuku grinned. "Well, they couldn't lump all the awesome in one place. You'd get a black hole of epicness." Katsuki snorted and snagged his bag from the floor. "Yeah. Come on, the pamphlet says we've got 5 minutes to get changed before the buses head out. There's a map on the back." As the applicants gathered at the entrance to Site B, Izuku ran through some basic stretches, wearing the teal tracksuit Mom had given him for the exam. The wisps all hovered by his side, showing their tension in their own personal ways. Red was bobbing back and forth, fluttering his tentacles. Pink wrapped one around the other, as though she was cracking her knuckles. Cyan was flitting around, his tentacles shuddering rapidly. Green was glancing back and forth nervously, her nubs wiggling. Orange was bouncing up and down in midair, her anxiety obvious from her expression. Yellow was flying in circles, his stripes flowing faster than usual. Blue was sitting on the ground, tapping his nubs against the asphalt. White had his tentacles crossed, staring resolutely at the gate. Izuku snapped his fingers to get the wisp's attention. Alright, when this starts, we're gonna have to be fast. White, cyan, orange, stick with me. Red, yellow, pink, feel free to take out any robots you come across, but don't get out of earshot. Blue, green, keep an eye out for anyone who might be in danger from bots they don't notice. Either lock him down or pull him out of the way. All clear? Pink rubbed her tentacles together in excitement. I can't wait to finally cut loose for once. Red smirked. You and me both. Izuku rolled his eyes. You two spend too much time with Katsuki. Yellow giggled. This is going to be so fun. Cyan huffed. You know for a fact I could clear out the entire site on my own within a minute, so why do I have to stick with you? Izuku sighed. We've been over this, Cyan. We have to give the other applicants a chance at passing. The wisp rolled his eyes, and White smacked him upside the head. Enough of that. We need to focus here. If you run off on your own, you're staying at home when we go to the gym. Cyan sighed. Fine. Orange whimpered. This is going to go terribly. Blue hummed. I really hope I can get to people before they get hurt. I'm not as fast as the rest of you. Green patted him on the back. You'll be fine. Even if you're not as fast as Boost, you're still faster than most people. The gates started shaking, and the wisps stopped talking. White flew up next to Izuku's shoulder, ready to fuse on a moment's notice. Blue left the ground, hanging next to Green. Red and Pink high-fived each other, before bunching up in preparation. Yellow's stripes moved faster, and he started whirring. Orange and Cyan floated behind Izuku, the former looking nervous and the latter crossing his tentacles. Present Mike called out, Begin! Immediately, White merged with Izuku in a flash of light, and he shot through the crowd of people, a white aura surrounding him as he charged into the fake city. The wisps flew in behind him, leaving colored trails in midair. The other applicants stood outside the gates in confusion. The hero shouted, What are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. Go, 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 the die has been cast. Izuku paid the crowd no attention. His focus locked onto the group of 1-point robots rounding the corner. 10 points. Red, you're up. The flaming wisp shot forward, erupting in a blast of fire in the middle of the cluster. Singed metal battered the nearby windows, and Izuku nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Let's keep this up. Shoyuta grunted in disappointment as he scanned the video feeds. Most of them took a while to get moving. Heroes need to be able to act on a moment's notice if they want to save lives. Nedzu chuckled as he rifled through the stack of files on the table in front of him. How true, Shudakun. Still, there are a couple per site that took off immediately. Shoyuta glanced at the footage for one site, raising an eyebrow at the rainbow of flashing lights in one part of the fake city. What's going on in Battle Center B? Nemuri leaned forward to peer at the screens. It looks like there are a bunch of colored flying squid creatures in that center. Whose quirk made those? Nedzu chuckled as he tossed a file her way. That would be applicant 4302, Midoriya Izuku. His quirk, called wisps, creates 8 colored critters that are capable of flight and fusing with human beings. Each wisp has its own unique power and can impart that power to their fused host. A side effect is the host's hair takes on the color of the fused wisp, either partially in the case of others or fully in the case of Midoriya himself. When not fused, his hair is prismatic. The wisps themselves are fully sentient. All Might frowned. That seems quite varied for a singular quirk. Are we certain he doesn't have multiple similar ones? Nedza laughed. Quite certain, Toshinori-kun. A friend of mine who's a quirk counselor is siblings with Midoriya's former pediatrician, and personally handled the registration of Midoriya's quirk. Rest assured, though it's quite multifaceted, it's still a single quirk. Shoyuta frowned, watching the green wisp fuse with an applicant and lift them into the air, just as a two-pointer erupted from the ground and sprayed fire where they had just been standing. I take it we're giving Midoriya any villain or rescue points earned by the wisps? Nedza hummed. At a 1-to-1 ratio, he'd handily dominate the leaderboard with all those points. No, I think we'll assign half points to the wisp's actions, and full value to Midoriya's. Vlad grunted. I guess that's fair. He's still getting a lot of points, though. Nedza cackled. Well, I'm not one to downplay heroic qualities when I see them, Sekijiro-kun. The mammal glanced at the clock in the corner and grinned. Oh my, it seems there are only 2 minutes left. Shida-kun, if you would do the honors? Shoyuta grinned and slammed his fist down on the giant red button in the center of the desk. Screams echoed through the cameras as the zero-pointers appeared across the 7 testing sites. A person's true nature is revealed in the face of danger. Let's see what you do against overwhelming odds. Izuku swore under his breath and snapped his fingers. White sucked out for orange, and Izuku crouched, before launching himself sky-high and swinging himself onto a rooftop. He cast his gaze out over the fake city, eyes locking onto a rising cloud of dust a few blocks away. Letting out a piercing whistle, he exchanged orange for green and soared through the air, flying over streets filled with debris and sheets of metal. He sighed in a shocked breath when he saw the massive zero-pointer grab onto the edge of a nearby roof, crushing the concrete in its enormous grip. Rampages in close quarters, my butt. Everywhere is close quarters for something that big. He scanned the street below, grunting as he noticed all the other examinees were running away from the giant robot. Suddenly, a cry of pain reached his ears, and he locked his gaze onto the girl from the front gate, her leg pinned underneath a chunk of concrete. He jumped off the building and shouted, "Blue!" The wisp obediently flew into his body from nowhere, and he slammed into the street below, leaving cracks in the asphalt as he darted forward, no worse for wear. The other wisps converged on him as he scanned the concrete block. The girl glanced up as he approached, her eyes widening. "What are you doing? Don't waste your time on me, you need to get out of here." Izuku scoffed. No good hero leaves an injured person behind. Blue, brace her. Yellow and pink, break the rubble. The wisps obliged, and the 2 halves of the concrete block fell on either side of the girl's leg. Are you able to walk on your own? The girl slowly climbed to her feet, then winced and dropped to one knee. No, my leg feels like it's on fire. Izuku scowled. All right, Green, get her out of here. I'm gonna do what I can to either slow down or stop that zero-pointer. The girl opened her mouth to protest, but Izuku ran forward, his mind wholly focused on the task ahead. Cyan appeared out of nowhere to fly beside him. Feel like using me now? In lieu of an answer, Izuku held out his left hand. Cyan snorted and fused, and a light blue bolt of energy streaked through the air, piercing through the giant's chest and reforming on the other side. Izuku swapped out Cyan for a newly arrived red and curled in on himself, energy swirling around his body. He fell through the air towards the robot's back, and when he was a couple feet away, he flung his limbs wide. A massive explosion of fire consumed most of the faux villain's torso, the head tipping forward before the slim remainder of its neck snapped, the mass of metal crashing to the street below. Red was forcibly ejected from Izuku's body, and he plummeted to earth, his saving grace being blue flying up and bracing his body moments before he hit the ground. Present Mike announced, and the practical exam has concluded. Everybody stay where you are, the medical bots will track you down for retrieval and treatment if necessary. Izuku's last thought before he blacked out was, I sure hope Green got out okay. Shoyuta grunted in approval as the feed cut out. Impressive. He was explicitly told that taking out the zero-pointer would do nothing for him, and he took it out anyway just to make sure a peer would get to safety. Although, the fact that the huge explosion completely drained his stamina is a little too self-sacrificing for my tastes. Nedzu tutate. Perhaps so, But keep in mind that he displayed superb control of his various wisp powers during the rest of the exam. He saw a nearly impossible obstacle, saw that it was putting others in danger, and did all he could to stop it, short of sacrificing his own life. I sincerely doubt any real villains would remain standing after that last-ditch effort, and he wouldn't need to go that far for most villains in the first place. Shoyuta shrugged. I guess that's fair. The week following the entrance exam saw Izuku in a constant state of near panic. Every day after school, he'd anxiously check the mail for anything bearing UA's logo. Orange was anxious, Blue kept fretting, even White was more nervous than usual. And while the others seemed unaffected, Izuku knew that they were all harboring doubts of their own. One of the side effects of having a sentient quirk, you knew exactly how it felt all the time. Come Friday afternoon, Orange nearly shot a hole through the roof upon spotting a letter bearing a wax seal of UA's emblem. It was a very near thing. Only White's quick reflexes saved Mom from having to make an emergency payment to the landlord. After setting his backpack down in his bedroom, Izuku hurried to the living room and took the envelope in hand, sitting on the couch with Mom beside him and the wisps hovering over his shoulders. After a few seconds, Mom said, "It's not going to get any worse if you wait, sweetie." Izuku nodded and swallowed, before popping the wax seal and sliding a tiny metal disc out of the envelope, setting it on the coffee table. The surface flickered on, and a hologram projection of All Might appeared. "Greetings, Midoriya Izuku. I am here to deliver your exam results." Izuku blinked. "This is from UA, right? Why is it All Might?" Shrugged. The projection continued. "In any case, you did remarkably well on the written exam, placing in the 95th percentile of this year's applicants. Furthermore, you made quite the impressive showing during the practical. Sadly, you only earned half credit for the actions of your little friends, but rest assured, you still put on a wonderful show. You earned a sum total of 50 villain points. On its own, already in the top scores of the entrance exam, but that's not all. UA is, after all, a hero school, and we'd be a poor one if we didn't reward heroic behavior, wouldn't we?" The video cut to a montage of footage clips from Izuku's testing center, showing various instances of him or his wisps saving someone. For your heroic actions during the practical exam, you have been awarded an additional 50 rescue points. Congratulations, Midoriya Izuku. You've earned the top score in the entrance exam, and have been accepted to UA High School's Heroics course. This is your Hero Academia. The projection shut off, and the apartment was silent for about 2 short seconds. Then Mom squealed happily, and the wisps started cheering and flying circles under the ceiling. "You did it, Izuku. You got in." Izuku hugged Mom tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I did it. I'm gonna be a hero, Mom." Katsuki, of course, was even more smug than usual. The Monday after the results came, their homeroom teacher had asked if they'd gotten their scores back. Katsuki had immediately launched into a dramatic retelling of his exploits during the exam, and Izuku had to admit what he heard sounded impressive. The blonde finished by saying, "And apparently, helping out the other applicants got you some bonus points, so I ended with a total of 90 points. The teacher beamed. "That's amazing, Bakugo-kun. I'm certain nobody else's score came even close to beating yours." Katsuki snorted. "Nah, I only got second. Take a guess who got first." The other students started muttering amongst themselves, and the teacher frowned. "Well, who could be so powerful as to top your own score?" Izuku coughed into his fist and rubbed it against his shirt with a smug expression. "Gee, I dunno, maybe the guy who's basically 9 people in one? Just a thought." There was a pause, and then everyone started laughing. The teacher chuckled. "Good one, Midoriya. Come on, you can't possibly think we'll believe you got more than a few points. Sure, you may have squeaked by just enough to pass, but there's no way you took the top spot." Izuku sent Katsuki a quick glance, and the blonde scoffed, but closed his fist on the sparks in his hand regardless. The bell rang, and the others composed themselves, though a few smug grins and quiet chuckles were sent Izuku's way. Pink bristled, but thankfully White cut that off at the pass. Izuku nodded his thanks to the wisp, and focused his attention to the front as the math teacher walked in for the first PRD of the day. Just a little while longer until I can get out of here. When the last bell of the day rang, Izuku was the first out the door. He grabbed his bag from his locker and headed straight for the front gate, quickly heading down the sidewalk towards his apartment. Naturally, Katsuki was quick to catch up, stuffing his hands in his pockets as the two walked down the street. I still don't get why you always hold back with those extras. You and I both know your wisps are way more badass than you let on, so why keep up the pretense? Izuku sighed. The place just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. All the teachers see you as this great hero, and leave me in the background like I'm just a random no-name sidekick. If they're not gonna treat me like I'm worth the time of day, then they don't deserve my full effort. They always do a quirk party on the last day of school, and that's when I'm gonna leave this place with a bang. Katsuki smirked. Devious. I like it. Can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they realize you've been a badass this whole time. 2 weeks later, Aldra was, once again, throwing a party for its third-year students on the last day of school. Officially, it was the standard, no classes, permanent free PRD that most schools had, but in reality, it was an excuse for the older students to be even rowdier with their quirks. Sure, they technically had free reign all year, but the last day was when the restrictions were even more relaxed than usual. Most of Izuku's homeroom spent the morning tearing up old homework, disorganizing any shelves they found, and overall acting like a bunch of 5-year-olds. At one point, Izuku had to excuse himself to the front gate, fusing with blue and implanting himself in the dirt off to one side to keep himself from going off. And judging by Katsuki's twitchy fingers, the blonde was in the same boat. Come lunchtime, the cafeteria was even more of a mess than usual, their class throwing food, overturning tables, and generally being chaotic. Izuku couldn't help but groan and offer the line worker a part of his lunch as compensation. She declined, but thanked him for offering. As the day drew to a close, their class eventually congregated in their destroyed homeroom, having already used up most of their energy earlier. Izuku and Katsuki were the last to enter the room, and the former shook his head with a grin as he looked over the rows of exhausted students. Sheesh, no wonder none of you passed the entrance exam. If you couldn't last this long in a celebration, there's no way you could last 10 minutes in a life-or-death situation. Yubi, a kid who could extend his fingers, groaned. Lay off, Midoriya, it's not like you're much better. You just couldn't get to anything before we did, that's the only reason you're still upright. An evil grin stretched over his face. Are you sure about that? He turned to the homeroom teacher, who was slumped on top of the podium. Sensei, Katsuki and I haven't exercised our quirks all day. Could we go out to the field and work out this energy with the sports equipment? The teacher groaned. Do whatever you want, Midoriya. Anything for one of our 2 students attending UA. Izuku smirked. Of course, sir. He walked over to the window and climbed out, drawing several gasps as he dropped to the ground. He rolled as he hit the dirt, springing up and looking as though he hadn't fallen 10 feet onto hard ground. He casually strode over to the shed on the edge of the field, gathering as much sports equipment as he could find as the class slowly spilled out from the side doors. Katsuki leaned against the wall of the main building with a grin, crossing his arms. The wisps all flitted around in excitement, Pink looking even more smug than usual. Izuku grabbed a metal ball from the pile, one of the ones that the school used for shot put. He tossed it up and caught it a few times, staring at it curiously. Sensei, this ball is solid steel, right? The teacher nodded numbly. That's correct, Midoriya. And the school has multiple of these, right? So it wouldn't be too much of a loss if it were destroyed. The teacher frowned. I suppose not, but what dash? Izuku smirked. Excellent. Pink if you would. He tossed the metal ball straight up, and Pink squealed with glee, shifting into power mode, as Izuku called it, which in her case was a pink ball with a ring of spikes. Pink flew upward, spinning faster and faster until she was practically a buzzsaw. She shot towards the metal ball and cut clean through it, the 2 halves dropping to the ground. The class gaped. Not even Katsuki had been able to do more than char the surface of one of those balls, and Pink had just sliced it in half as if it were styrofoam. Yubi stuttered, Beep. Izuku's grin widened. And that's not all. He grabbed the halves from the ground and threw them skyward at an angle, before snagging a baseball bat from the pile and winding up. Red moved over and shifted into power mode, a blazing ball of fire, and Izuku slammed the bat into him, sending him flying through the air in a home run. Red glowed brighter, turning basically white, before erupting in a massive explosion and incinerating the remains of the metal ball. Izuku dropped the bat and called on White, shooting across the field faster than anyone in the class had ever seen. Red shifted back to wisp mode, falling slowly through the air. Izuku swapped out White for Orange and jumped, shooting straight upwards and grabbing the tired wisp from the air. Exchanging Orange for Blue, he plummeted back to the ground, causing a geyser of dirt to erupt into the sky where he landed. As clumps of soil rained down, Izuku climbed out of the newly formed crater and laid a hand on his hip, staring down the rest of the class. When I said that I got first place on the entrance exam, I meant it. Your fault you didn't believe me. The teacher scowled. I can't believe you were holding back the whole time you attended this school. It's an insult to your teachers to not give your best effort. Izuku cracked an eyebrow. Really? And you don't think it's just as insulting to disregard a student just because he doesn't make explosions with his sweat? Because frankly, I've been just as capable as Katsuki for years, yet you praise him like the second coming of All Might and treat me like I'm some second-rate sidekick. If you weren't going to give everyone your full attention, I decided to reciprocate. You want my best effort? You have to earn it. And let's be honest, you didn't earn shit from me. You think I'm going to sing your praises once I graduate and earn my license? Think again. But then, this place was never too good about thinking. Katsuki pushed off from the wall and walked past the class without so much as a backwards glance, patting Izuku on the shoulder. Good show. Let's get going. These shitheads aren't worth our time. Izuku smirked. You said it. When he got home, Izuku found Mom standing in the living room, a weary look in her eyes and her phone in her hand. I just got a call from the principal demanding that you be brought back to the school. I take it you went out in a blaze of glory like you said you would? Izuku snorted. Let me guess, he wants to expel me on account of destroying school property. Mom smirked. Indeed he did. And I told him that if he wanted to make a big deal about it, I would point the officers in the direction of the other school property destroyed by your former classmates. Besides, the school year just finished, there's no point in expelling someone who's already no longer part of the school. Izuku grinned. Which is exactly why I waited this long to do it. 2 weeks later, Izuku breathed deeply, staring up at the massive door in front of him labeled 1. White poked his head out of the bag and trilled. It's not going to get any easier if you wait, you know. Izuku sighed and nodded, before steeling his nerves and sliding the door open. Immediately he was hit with the sound of yelling, and as he adjusted, he traced it to Ida chopping his arm at Katsuki, who had his feet kicked up on his desk as usual. It is extremely disrespectful to the school, our teachers, our upperclassmen, and everyone who was involved in the desk's creation. The blonde scoffed and leaned back. Buzz off, glasses. I don't go off on you for having a customized desk chair on account of your shins, so don't get up my butt for being tall. Ida huffed. I fail to see what height has to do with this. Izuku rolled his eyes and walked over, noticing the other, smaller conversations happening around the room. Our junior high wasn't well funded, so we had those desks where the chairs are fixed to the tables, at a set distance. Katsuki's the oldest in our year, and he's always been the tallest in the class, so he's used to having to kick his feet up like that. He slid his own chair back and sat down. Besides, just because he's got his feet kicked up doesn't mean he isn't paying attention. He may look like a delinquent, but he's actually committed to his education. Katsuki huffed. Can't be a hero if I'm a dumbass. Ida hummed. I see. Please forgive my rude assumption. He stuck a hand out to Katsuki. Perhaps we got off on the wrong foot. My name is Ida Tenya. I look forward to working with you in the future. Katsuki smirked and accepted the handshake. Bakugo Katsuki. Let's see if you've got what it takes to call yourself one of the elite. The door slid open again, and Izuku glanced over as he saw a boy with a bird head walk in, immediately heading towards the desk one behind and one to the right of Izuku's. As the other boy set his bag down on the floor, the two of them locked eyes, and something seemed to click. The newcomer glanced down at Izuku's bag, before raising his gaze. You as well? Izuku nodded. Yep. At the very least, they're more mature than my former classmates. The newcomer walked up and extended a hand. Tokoyami Fumikage, Eminence of Shadow. Izuku smirked and accepted the handshake. Midoriya Izuku, Scion of the Visible Spectrum. Tokoyami chuckled. A bold claim. Izuku raised an eyebrow with a grin. No more bold than your own. Tokoyami shrugged. Fair enough. Suddenly, a voice groaned. If you're only here to socialize, get out. Being a hero isn't something you can take lightly. All attention was drawn towards the door, then down at the floor to the bright yellow sleeping bag laying there. Katsuki muttered under his breath, "The F is that?" The sleeping bag stood upright and fell to reveal a man dressed in a black jumpsuit with a gray scarf around his shoulders. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. I'll be your homeroom teacher for this year. He reached into the sleeping bag and pulled out a gym uniform. You'll each find a copy of this in your designated gym locker. Get changed and get out to the PE field. Time is limited, so get moving. The man turned on his heel and walked out, leaving the class in stunned silence. Izuku glanced down at his bag and caught White's gaze, staring for a bit before shrugging. He headed for the door, and the wisps flew out of his bag to follow him, eliciting a fair few squeals from the girls and a shocked hum from Tokoyami. They'd be seen eventually, might as well get the reactions out of the way. Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to react when Izuku walked onto the field, flanked by his wisps. He merely checked his watch and grunted in what seemed to be approval. 3 minutes. Not bad. Most kids usually take at least 5 to get out here. Izuku shrugged. Can't be saving lives if you're stuck in the locker room changing into your uniform. The man snorted. True enough. He glanced at where Orange was bouncing up and down nervously, before raising an eyebrow at Izuku. Something wrong with them? Izuku sighed. Each wisp reflects a part of my personality. Orange is my anxiety, so she's almost always stressed. She tends to settle down once things get moving, though. Aizawa-sensei grunted. All right then. The girl with her black hair in a ponytail glanced at Ida, who shrugged. The other student that was already out on the field, the one with split red and white hair, said nothing, resolutely staring at the teacher and ignoring everyone else. Katsuki showed up at the 4-minute mark, which earned him a nod of approval from Aizawa-sensei. Tokoyami trudged out after about 6 minutes, the brown-haired girl at around 7, and most of the others between 8 and 9 minutes. The midget swaggered onto the field right before the 10-minute mark, eliciting a disappointed grunt from the hero. Once everyone was gathered, he stuck his hands in his pockets and shook his head in disapproval. Most of you took almost 10 minutes to get changed and get here. If you stick around, I expect you to cut that time down to 5 minutes at most. In any case, today we're holding a quirk apprehension test. The girl from the entrance exam raised her hand cautiously. Sir? What about orientation? The man grunted. Heroes don't have time for such frivolities. We only have 3 years with all of you, so we need to make use of every second. Now, I'm sure you're all familiar with the 8 standard fitness tests, the ball throw, the seated toe touch, the 50-meter dash, and so on. While the public schools force you to do them quirkless, we here at UA believe in hitting the ground running. Izuku caught the ball tossed his way. Midoriya, you got the top score on the entrance exam, right? What was your record for the ball throw in junior high? Izuku hummed. About 65 meters. Stand in the circle and throw that as hard as you can. Only this time, you're allowed to use your quirk. Normally, I'd say anything goes, but you're a special case, so there's an added caveat that you have to be the last one to touch it before it hits the ground. Am I clear? Izuku grinned and walked over. Crystal, sir. He took his place in the circle and held the ball close to his chest, breathing deeply. With barely a thought, Red flew over and merged in a flash of red light, and the others gasped at his now brilliant red hair. Izuku drew back his arm, red energy gathering around his chest. As his arm came forward, the light grew brighter and turned almost white, and a high-pitched humming noise filled the area. Right before he released, the nexus of energy suddenly shifted to his palm, and a burst of fire sent the ball flying through the air. The class gasped in shock, while Katsuki merely snorted. Copycat. Aizawa-sensei watched impassively, before something beeped and he glanced down at a rectangular device in his hand. After a second, he grunted and displayed the screen. 704.9 meters. Not bad. The class muttered excitedly, and a pink-skinned girl said, "We get to use our quirks for this? This is gonna be so fun." Aizawa-sensei silenced the class with a glare. Fun, you say? Is the hero course nothing more than a game to you? If this is a game, why don't we introduce some stakes? Whoever has the overall lowest score in these tests will be determined to have zero potential and will be immediately expelled. The class started yelling, and the brown-haired girl shouted, "You can't do that, it's not fair." The man scoffed. Natural disasters, major accidents, selfish villains. Japan is filled with unfairness. It's the job of heroes to combat that unfairness every day, so UA gets its hero students used to it from day one. If you wanted an easy 3 years where you can hang out with your friends at McDonald's every day after school, too bad. This is where the best of the best are trained to be heroes, so you won't have time to rest. You'll have to go beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku smirked, even as Orange started chittering nervously. Psyching us out already, huh? That's one way to separate the weak from the strong, I guess. He's got a point, though. You don't deserve to waste UA's time if you're not gonna give it your best effort. Either go at it with everything from the get-go or get out. Almost an hour later, the two-toned boy finally left the track, leaving the ponytailed girl still riding her moped. After a few more seconds, Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat and made a beckoning gesture. "That's enough, Yaoyorozu. Clearly, you'd be able to keep going forever, so I'll just assign you a score of infinity for this test." The girl nodded and walked over to join the rest of the class, which were gathered by the fence at the edge of the field. The wisps were all resting on the ground at Izuku's feet, most having been put to use in the other tests. Red, of course, had been exhausted since the ball throw. Cyan was slightly out of breath from the 50-meter dash. White had given his best effort to assist in the standing long jump. Blue had focused into Izuku's leg as he stepped on the scale for the grip test, which Izuku hadn't expected to work, but Aizawa-sensei had nodded and moved on. Green had stayed fused for longer than they'd ever tried for the endurance run, and gratefully settled on top of Blue to rest. Orange was bobbing up and down nervously, Yellow was trying to assuage his fellow wisp, and Pink was laying against the fence with her tentacles crossed. Aizawa-sensei scanned the class, before grunting. "Well, I can't complain too much. While nobody had a perfect score, you all excelled in at least one of the tests, and none of you were slacking off. As for the rankings..." He hit a button on his device, displaying a holographic 10x2 table that faced the cluster of students. In first place was the Yaoyorozu girl, who had created something to assist her in every test. Second place went to Todoroki Shudo, the boy with split hair and a masterful command of ice. Katsuki was in third, which elicited a triumphant grin and a fist pump from the blonde. Izuku was in fourth, Ida was in fifth, and Tokoyami came in sixth. The brown-haired girl from the entrance exam, Uraraka Ochako, came in 11th, and 20th went to the midget, Mineta Minoru. Mineta immediately dropped to his knees and wailed at the sky. "No. It can't be. Forgive me, hot babes, I've failed you." Aizawa-sensei blinked. "Oh, by the way, nobody is expelled." Dead silence. The man grinned. It was a logical ruse, designed to back you into a corner and draw out your best effort. The class devolved into shocked yelling, and Yaoyorozu sighed. "In hindsight, I thought it was obvious. Should I have said something?" Pink scoffed, glaring at the hero. "Bullshit. I heard it in his tone, he was totally going to expel someone. I bet he didn't because we all put effort into the tests." Izuku was about to respond, only for Tokoyami to hum in agreement. "Indeed. Perhaps we have impressed him enough to postpone his threat, but we do not know how much time we have bought." Izuku blinked, ignoring Mineta's relieved sobbing. "You understood what she said?" Tokoyami blinked back. "Of course. Did she not speak in Japanese?" Katsuki hummed. "Nope. Maybe it's a thing with Sentient Quirks." A shadowy bird suddenly emerged from Tokoyami's stomach, smacking a fist into its palm. That makes sense. Wonder why I can speak normally while your wisps can't. Maybe it's a biology thing? I've got vocal cords, but they don't even have mouths. Which makes me wonder how they make noises at all, but whatever. Izuku and White exchanged glances, then shrugged in unison. Questions for later. So, what's your name? The shadow grinned. Call me Dark Shadow. Gotta say, it's cool how you've got 8 friends when most people like Fumi only have 1. Izuku nodded. I'm fully aware that I hit the genetic jackpot. Tokoyami hummed. Dark Shadow and I are day and night in terms of behavior, and many sentient quirks are similar. What are the natures of your own companions? Well, they're all reflections of my major personality traits, though they are fully developed and separate minds. In essence, they're clones of me, with each emphasizing an aspect of my personality. White saluted. White boost he/him. I represent his logical side. Red waved. Red burst also he/him. I'm his determination. Pink huffed. Pink spikes she/her. His impulsiveness. Orange floated closer. Orange rocket she/her. His anxiety. Yellow beamed. Yellow drill he/him. His excitement. Green giggled. Green hover she/her. His empathy. Blue slowly lifted off the ground. Blue cube he/him. His caution. Cyan rolled his eyes. Cyan laser he/him. His totally valid pride. Izuku sighed. Yeah, we know, Cyan. Dark Shadow giggled. Oh, they're all so much fun. It's neat how they have different gender identities. Are you fluid? Izuku shook his head. Nah, firmly male. I guess orange and green present as female, 'cause those 2 emotions are considered more feminine, but I still have no clue why pink presents as female. Pink huffed. Because girls are badass, duh. Dark Shadow laughed. See, you get it? Like in junior high, the day after orientation was the first official day of classes, and the PRDS were just spent introducing the teachers and the syllabi for their courses. First PRD, right after homeroom, was English with present Mike, otherwise known as Yamada Hisashi. Second PRD was algebra with ectoplasm. Third PRD featured Midnight, Tei Kayama Namuri, teaching modern hero art history. Fourth PRD was cultural studies with Snipe. Following that was an hour for lunch. The cafeteria was already in full swing, and Lunch Rush was cooking up a storm behind the counter. Izuku accepted his tray and headed for the area of tables where he could already spot some of his classmates. He took his seat next to Katsuki, who had already claimed an empty table. They started digging in, only briefly glancing up to acknowledge Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Ida as the other 3 joined them. After a few minutes of silent eating, Uraraka wiped at her mouth with a napkin and set down her chopsticks, before turning to Izuku with a grin. Hey, I don't think I ever got the chance to thank you for saving me during the entrance exam. I wanted to stick around until you woke up, but Recovery Girl chased me out of the infirmary. Izuku shrugged. Wasn't anything special. Just did what a hero is supposed to do. Ida sat up straighter. Maybe so, but you chose to set aside a chance at more villain points to help someone in need, a choice not shared by anyone else in our exam site. In fact, I was already there and in a prime position to assist, and yet I chose to escape to obtain more points. Izuku grunted. Whatever. What's done is done. Tokoyami chuckled. Indeed. Dark Shadow peeked out from under the table and slowly reached a hand towards Tokoyami's udon. At the last second, the teen sharply poked her arm with his chopsticks. She giggled and retreated under the table. Just keeping you on your toes, Fumi? Tokoyami sighed and glanced up at where the wisps were flying around the rafters. To be honest, I envy you, Midoriya. Your companions are much more well-behaved than my own. Izuku chuckled. Well, they can't hide like Dark Shadow can, at least, not all at the same time, so they've had to be better behaved in order to not get in trouble. Plus, White helps keep him in line. Since he reflects my logical side, he usually takes charge. Uraraka blinked. He reflects your logical side? Huh. Katsuki grunted. Each wisp reflects a major aspect of Izuku's personality. White's logic, red's determination, pink's rashness, orange's anxiety, yellow's excitement, green's empathy, blue's caution, cyan's pride. They're all full personalities, but they lean heavily into the aspect that they reflect. Got it? Uraraka nodded. Gotcha. So, what do they all do? I know that blue is, like, weight and green is flight, but what about the others? Izuku grinned and snagged another bite of rice from his bowl. That's for me to know and you to maybe find out. Uraraka pouted and he laughed, then sobered up. But seriously, I make it a policy to not share what they can do unless I've really gotten to know someone. Call it paranoia, but I think it's stupid to announce your capabilities to someone you've only barely met. Ida nodded. A fair point. Of course, that becomes easier when your capabilities are less obvious from your appearance. In my experience, people can quite easily determine the abilities of a mutation quirk. Katsuki grunted. True. Granted, some mutants have powers that aren't immediately obvious, but more often than not, they wear their powers on their sleeve literally. Uraraka hummed. The way you talk. Are you a rich kid? Ida balked, nearly spitting out his orange juice. Uraraka patted his back a couple times as he recovered. My apologies, I wasn't expecting such a question. While I don't like to make a big deal out of it, I am indeed from a rich background. Are you familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Izuku brightened. Head of the largest team agency in Japan? How could I not know of him? He's the best team-based hero in all of Tokyo. Ida beamed. I am glad to hear that you think so. You see, Ingenium is my older brother. Katsuki smirked. Makes sense. He has engines in his arms, you have M in your legs. The family resemblance is kinda obvious. Uraraka chuckled, but glanced down gloomily at her ramen. Must be nice to not worry about money. The others exchanged glances. Izuku hummed. Budget issues? She sighed. Yeah. Ma and Pa run a construction company in Mie, but business hasn't been great recently, so money's been tight. Pile on UA tuition and the rent for my apartment in Mizudafu, and we're just barely scraping by. She picked at her noodles with a sullen expression, and Katsuki grunted. That SCKS. So what, you're gonna be a hero for the paycheck so you can help M out? Uraraka chuckled wearily. Let me guess, you're gonna tell me that's selfish, and I should do it for the joy of helping people. Katsuki scoffed. I wasn't gonna say that. Just gonna point out that it's gonna take a hell of a lot of time and effort to start making big bucks. Most fresh heroes barely earn enough for themselves, since they aren't well known yet, so they have to scrounge for villain fights and commercial deals until they earn a good reputation. I remember the hag once told me about how she'd nearly gone homeless until she snagged a short contract with Dragwar that put her on the radar. Uraraka sighed. I know it's gonna be a long time until I can really help, and it's gonna be even harder for me, 'cause I'm a girl. But I'm not giving up until they don't have to worry about going hungry. Katsuki grinned. Atta girl. That's the spirit. After lunch ended, they reconvened in the classroom. Fifth PRD would be modern literature, led by Cementos. After that, sixth PRD was health class, which was led intermittently by Recovery Girl and Hound Dog. The bell rang after sixth PRD ended, and Aizawa-sensei stood up as Hound Dog and Recovery Girl left, walking up to the podium. Now, as Hero Core students, you'll have a seventh PRD at the end of the day for your heroics classes. You'll have both Hero Informatics, which covers the more theoretical aspects of hero work, and Foundational Heroics, which naturally is the physical side. I'll be in charge of your Hero Informatics lessons, much like how Vlad King covers it for 1B. Foundational Heroics, on the other hand, will be covered by the school's newest hire. Rumbling echoed from the hallway, growing steadily louder. The class exchanged concerned glances, wondering if the school was under attack, when Jairu's eyes suddenly widened. No way! Booming laughter sounded from the hallway, and the door slammed open. All Might leaned in through the doorway at a 45-degree angle. Coming in through the door like a normal person. The class started chittering in excitement, and Yellow started flying circles around Izuku's head, squealing with glee. Ah, It's his Silver Age costume. That's so cool, I can't believe we get to learn from him. White rolled his eye. Down, boy. All Might strutted to the podium, grinning the whole way. Indeed. I'll be your teacher for foundational heroics. This class focuses on the basics of practical hero work, and making sure you've got the skills you need to succeed out in the field. Kaminari clenched his fists in excitement. This is gonna be so cool. All Might stuck a finger up. Now, as Aizawa-kun said yesterday, we don't have any time to waste, so let's kick things off. Today, you'll be learning about one of the most common aspects of hero work, combat. Kirishima grinned and slammed a fist into his palm. This is what I've been waiting for. However, you can't perform hero work in your gym uniforms. No, no, no. You'll need these. He pointed to the wall opposite the door, and the 4 darker stripes suddenly extended outwards, revealing tall shelves embedded in the wall. Each shelf held a briefcase marked with a neon green number, with 5 shelves per stripe. You each submitted request forms for costumes before the school year started, and our lovely support department has delivered. Now, get changed and head to ground beta. It spoke to their enthusiasm how nobody had stopped to make conversation or comments in the locker rooms. They had all changed and headed to the assigned training ground in about 3 minutes, tops. Izuku couldn't help but grin as they walked out of the entrance tunnel together, light beaming down from the sky and reflecting off their clothes. All Might nodded with a grin. They say the clothes make the man, ladies and gentlemen. Though in this case, I'd say the clothes make the hero. You all look excellent. Izuku grinned wider and flexed his fingers, staring down at his gloved hand in excitement. Hell yeah, we do. Izuku's costume mainly consisted of a teal jumpsuit, inspired by the tracksuit Mom had gifted him for the entrance exam. 2 tufts of white wool rested on his shoulders, resembling a pair of clouds. A hood with colored stripes sat behind his head, a sequence of pink, blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, and red, starting at the face and moving back. Silver stripes made of reflective material stretched across his shoulders and down his arms, sides, and legs. A silvery belt held 8 blue rectangular pouches, plus a cyan buckle shaped like a lightning bolt. His hands bore light gray fingerless gloves with pink rings around his knuckles, red flame symbols on his palms, and yellow stripes around his wrists. He wore teal boots on his feet with white toes, green soles, and orange laces. Glancing around, Izuku grinned at his classmates' costumes. There was a wide variety within the class, some leaning more towards function while others had more emphasis on form. Ida looked a lot like Ingenium, but that was to be expected. Aoyama wore a suit of shining armor, which reflected the sunlight in practically every direction. Jairu and Kaminari looked more ready to head to the mall than save lives. Todoroki had coated his entire side in a layer of something that looked like ice, but was evidently flexible enough to let him walk. Katsuki looked exactly how the 2 of them had designed his costume when they were kids, though he was missing the grenade gauntlets. Uraraka wobbled nervously as she slowly walked over to Izuku. Gee, Izuku, you look really nice. I like how you did something for all your wisps. Izuku hummed. Are you okay? You seem like you're having trouble walking, Uraraka. She sighed. It's these heels. I never asked for them on the paperwork, and I've never worn heels before, so it's kinda hard walking in them, but I'm sure I'll get used to them. Yaoyorozu looked like she was about to say something, but All Might boomed, now then. Let's jump right into things. Ida stuck a hand up. Sir, this area resembles the testing sites from the entrance exam. Will we be conducting mock cityscape battles again? Not quite, young Ida. We're actually going to jump ahead a couple steps. Most televised villain fights take place outside, but looking at the numbers, villains appear indoors substantially more often. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals, the intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this exercise, you'll be split into teams of 2 and face off against each other. Azui frowned. Without any basic training? These are the basics, young Issei. This exercise is designed to determine where you all sit in terms of skill level, allowing me to find where to start. However, keep in mind that this time, you aren't just beating up robots. Yaoyorozu hummed. How will wins and losses be determined? Uraraka asked. Will we be expelled if we lose? Ida moved a hand up again. How will the teams be divided? Aoyama posed. Isn't this cape crazy? All Might coughed into his fist. Slow down, I promise I'll get to all your questions eventually. Now then, he reached into a pocket and pulled out a tiny booklet, a script. The situation is thus. Dastardly villains have taken refuge inside this building, and are armed with a nuclear device. The device is set to detonate in 10 minutes, and the heroes must stop it before then. In order to win, the hero team must capture both members of the villain team or touch the bomb before time runs out. Teams and matchups will be determined by random lottery. Ida started chopping his arm. Surely there is a better method. Izuku huffed. Not really. In the field, heroes often have to partner up with whoever else is on the scene, they won't get to choose. And villains don't often form groups out of fear of betrayal, so they generally only team up out of necessity with those nearby. Choosing teams randomly is a decent way to simulate that. All Might beamed. Well said, young Midoriya. Now then, let's get started. Team A, Aoyama Yuga and Bakugo Katsuki. Team B, Sato Rikido and Mineta Minoru. Team C, Tokoyami Fumikage and Midoriya Izuku. Team D, Kaminari Denki and Kuda Kuji. Team E, Shuji Mezu and Kyukajire. Team F, Shiro Hanta and Hagakure Toru. Team G, Ida Tenya and Yaoyorozu Momo. Team H, Ashido Mina and Todoroki Shudo. Team I, Azuitsu and Kirishima Ijuru. Team J, Uraraka Ochako and Ojiro Mashireo. Once all the teams were assembled, All Might pulled out 2 boxes, 1 white-labeled hero and 1 black-labeled villain. Now, let's see who will face who for the first match. He ruffled around for a couple seconds, before pulling out a white ball marked with AB and a black ball marked with an F. Team B as the heroes will face Team F as the villains. Shiro and Sato met each other's gazes evenly, while Mineta grinned and started rubbing his hands together, staring in Hagakure's direction. The invisible girl crossed her arms, evident from the movements of her gloves, and shuffled herself behind her taller partner. Izuku frowned, taking notice of the expression on the midget's face. He leaned close to Cyan and muttered, If he does something I don't like, go get Aizawa. You know how to write in kanji, right? Cyan huffed. Of course. All Might boomed. The villain team will get 5 minutes to hide the bomb and make preparations. The hero team will spend that time going over the floor plan from outside and making plans. Everyone else, head to the monitor room. A couple minutes after All Might had directed Team F to their assigned hideout, the hero strutted into the monitor room and took up a position by the podium under the massive holographic screen. He stuck something in his ear, before picking up a pen and clipboard. Everyone, remember to be thinking of potential strategies you may wish to employ in your own battles. The idea is to learn not just from your teachers, but also each other. Izuku frowned, leaning against the back wall of the room with the wisps playing around near the floor by his feet. Go ahead and think about the exercise all you want. I'm more worried about Hagakure. Tokoyami, who was leaning next to Izuku, hummed. What troubles you? Hagakure seems more than capable of handling herself on the field of battle, since she was quite athletic during the tests yesterday. Izuku scowled. Did you see the look Mineta had on his face? I get the impression that he might use this exercise as a chance to pull off something less than family-friendly. Tokoyami grunted, crossing his arms. If he does, then I pray that All Might intervenes, for Dark Shadow's leash is quite loose. And even then, there is no guarantee that I would hold it all that tightly. Izuku huffed. While I empathize, I'd suggest gripping that leash a little tighter. Cyan's on standby in case the midget pulls something, and he'll go grab Aizawa-sensei if All Might doesn't step in. Tokoyami nodded. I understand. Dark Shadow popped up, cracking her knuckles. So do I, but that doesn't mean I won't try to keep myself from dispensing some karma if it comes down to it. White rolled his eye. Come on, Shadow. You gotta trust the adults to handle things. Pink huffed. Police, White. We know better than most that adults don't always do the right thing. Remember that time Yubi tried reaching under the skirt of the girl in front of him? The wisp scowled. Still can't believe they swept that under the rug just 'cause he whined to his mama and she threatened to drag the school. The beach isn't even mainstream. The F was she gonna do? Blue sighed. Calm down, Pink. Katsuki already kicked Yubi's, but for that, there's no need to dwell on it. Pink scoffed and crossed her tentacles, slumping against the wall. I still think it's stupid to rely solely on the teachers when shit goes down. Cyan rolled his eyes. Even I know that there's situations where you need to step in personally, and situations where you need to back off and let someone else handle it. Do you really want to land us in detention for assaulting a fellow student? Pink sighed. Fine, I guess I'll let the adults handle it. Green hummed. And again, that's if something happens. Who knows, maybe Mineta won't do anything. Izuku, Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, and the other wisps all gave her a look of disbelief. She huffed and settled on the floor, crossing two nubs and sitting on top of the third. What? I'm the optimist, I'm allowed a little wishful thinking. All Might boomed, your 5 minutes of prep time are up. Heroes, you may now enter the building. Immediately, Sata pulled out a small packet from a belt pouch and poured some kind of white powder into his mouth, visibly bulking up. Mineta pointed at the top of the building and said something, and the larger boy picked up his partner, bodily throwing Mineta towards the roof. The class gasped in shock as the midget pulled a ball off his head and smacked it into the side of the building, sticking in place. Izuku grunted in approval as the midget fiddled with the nearby window. Good thinking. He probably didn't know, but he just bypassed a bunch of Siro's tape traps. Then again, it makes sense. The villains probably expected the heroes to enter through the front door, and Mineta knew it, so he devised a strategy that didn't involve the front door. Mineta pulled open the window and clambered inside, before raising a finger to his ear and saying something. Back on the ground, Sata nodded, before roaring and charging in through the front. Tokoyami frowned. If Mineta was going to sneak in higher up, why would he have Sata charge in down below? Does that not defeat the purpose of his silent infiltration? Izuku hummed. It's a diversion. Mineta is getting Satu to draw Siro's and Hagakure's attention, so that he can find the bomb without the villains getting in his way. Sort of a sacrificial move, though. Not great. On the screens, Hagakure left Siro to guard the bomb on the 5th floor and headed down the stairs, pausing on the 2nd floor to ditch her gloves and boots. Mineta carefully maneuvered around Siro's traps on the 4th floor, reaching the stairwell somewhat quickly. He moved up to the 5th floor and hung a string of ball from the ceiling, using it as a sort of HRS to stake out the room from above. Down below, Satu was bypassing the traps by destroying the walls they connected to, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Suddenly, Sata tripped over seemingly nothing, stumbling forward directly into multiple strips of tape he hadn't yet cleared. The tape stuck fast and it stuck hard, rendering the large teen completely immobile. A roll of capture tape seemingly floated out of a nearby room, and Izuku grunted as he realized what happened. Hagakure stuck her foot out and tripped Satu into a trap, and he couldn't avoid it because he couldn't see her. All Might boomed, young Sata has been captured. On the 5th floor, Mineta glanced back and forth between the hallway and the bottom floor, clearly considering his options. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath and disconnected one end of the string of ball, swinging from it and launching himself down the hallway. Izuku nodded in satisfaction, crossing his arms. Good. Mineta hurried down the hallway, coming to a stop outside the door to the room with the bomb in it. Inside, Siro had filled the entire space with strands of tape, standing in front of the bomb defensively. Yaoyorozu hummed. The heroes are at a massive disadvantage. Siro has severely limited the options for approaching the bomb, and Hagakure is already on her way back up. Before long, Mineta will be trapped between hammer and anvil, with no support on its way. All Might nodded. True. Young Mineta is at a severe disadvantage here. But a good hero is able to turn a bad situation on its head. Now watch carefully. Mineta stuck one ball to the floor and another to the ceiling, before jumping on top of the first. He bounced off and shot up to the ceiling, bouncing off the second ball and shooting towards the end of the hallway, going above the door frame and avoiding Ciro's line of sight. Mineta ran over and opened the window, before sticking another ball to the outside wall and bouncing up to the roof. The midget leaned over the edge and tossed a ball down, sticking it on the wall underneath a rear window. He dropped down to it, using it as a foothold while grabbing the window ledge, all the while not making a single sound. Ciro nearly jumped a foot in the air when All Might suddenly boomed. The bomb has been secured. Hero team wins. The teen spun on his heel to stare at Mineta sitting smugly atop the bomb, a breeze from the open window sending the strips of tape fluttering. After recovering Satu from the first floor, the two teams walked back to the monitor room, Mineta basking in the cheers that greeted his arrival. All Might boomed, "Excellent work from both sides. Now, who can analyze what each team did wrong?" Mineta opened his mouth to ask something, but Yaoyorozu cut him off. The villain team mistakenly assumed that both members of the hero team would come in through the front door, twice. In fact, as Ciro only watched the door to the room with the bomb. However, Mineta sent his opponent in as a sacrificial lamb, meant to only distract the villains. Satu's capture was practically guaranteed the moment the heroes chose to split up. Izuku grunted. While it wasn't a bad play logically, it's still not something that heroes should do in the field. Out in the real world, villains will fight to kill, not to capture. Sending in your only backup as a one-use diversion means that you'll have that hero's blood on your hands. While Mineta won the exercise, he still lost his partner, and that'll hurt his chances in future team-ups. Nobody's gonna want to work with the guy who let a fellow hero be killed for the sake of the mission. Mineta hung his head in shame, only to perk up when Yaoyorozu continued. That being said, it may have been the right choice to go for the bomb instead of trying to save Satu. Due to Mineta's short stature, direct confrontation may not have been viable, especially if Hagakure had used her comm link to call Ciro for backup. In addition, not being able to see Hagakure would place Mineta at a massive disadvantage, and she might have even been able to capture him on her own, thus winning the match. Sneaking around behind Ciro and securing the bomb stealthily was an intelligent play, even if the setup for it was less than desirable. All Might beamed. A wise assessment on both parts. Remember, win or lose, there's something to be gained from this match. Now, let's see who's up next. He ruffled around in the boxes, before pulling out a white E-ball and a black C-ball. Team C as the villains will face Team E as the heroes. Due to young Ciro's traps, we'll use a different building. Izuku hummed as the wisps set down the bomb in a room on the 5th floor. You'd think they'd make it a bit heavier, to more closely resemble an actual bomb. Tokoyami frowned. Perhaps so, but making it lightweight allows for easier transport, especially if the match needs to be relocated. Izuku shrugged. That's fair. He considered the bomb, then the area around it. You know, Ciro had the right idea. You don't want the bomb to be easily reachable. Move the bomb to that corner. The wisps obliged, and Izuku cleared his throat, then warbled, "Yellow, drill out the floor around the bomb, but leave the floor under it intact. Tokoyami, come with me." The bird-headed boy nodded and followed Izuku out of the room, the wisps flying behind them. Yellow obediently drilled a curve in front of the bomb, before starting a pattern moving back and forth in increasingly wider curves, leaving a pattern of curved stripes in the floor. As soon as Yellow finished, Izuku grunted. "Alright, Yellow, make holes for the others to get through and be ready in the room underneath." Once the wisps were in position, he called out, "Pink, start cutting the floor strips down. Everyone else, catch them before they hit the floor and set them down gently, we don't want to make any noise." As the wisps got to work, Tokoyami nodded in satisfaction. From what I observed yesterday, neither Shuji nor Jairu should be able to clear that gap. Shuji has a decent standing long jump, but his performance yesterday makes me believe he is incapable of this distance. Izuku nodded as Pink started cutting the bigger strips in half before disconnecting them from the walls. "Exactly. And Jairu's athletic, but I don't really think she's climbs the outside of a 5-story building athletic. What's our strategy beyond this?" Tokoyami hummed. "I believe it would be prudent if you positioned yourself in the room underneath the bomb. Your wisps are much more patient than Dark Shadow, and would be better for holding a defensive position while she goes on the attack. Furthermore, we have already proved that two of them together can lift the bomb, and All Might never said that it could not be moved mid-match. This could potentially come down to playing keep away. Cyan snorted. I'm excellent at keep away. Izuku glanced over to see that all of the strips had been cut away from the wall and gently stacked at the back of the room below. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to Tokoyami and held his hand out. Good luck. If you need help, give me a buzz. Remember, I'm not the only one who can make use of the wisps. Tokoyami smirked and accepted the handshake. Indeed. As the bird-headed teen walked off, Izuku turned around and stepped through the doorway, Green catching him just before he hit the floor below. As he walked towards the middle of the room, he gave her a curious glance. But, you know I can handle a 2-story drop. Green rolled her eye. Yes, but you just said you wanted to keep quiet for the time being, and dropping an entire floor was bound to make noise. That's fair. All Might's voice boomed from the loudspeakers. Your 5 minutes are up. Heroes, you may now enter the building. Izuku brought a hand to his earpiece. Tokoyami, can you speak the wisp's language? His partner sighed. Unfortunately, no. However, Dark Shadow can, and she sees what I see. I will give her my earpiece, and she will relay happenings to you as relevant. There was a brief pause, and then the shadowy bird trilled, Am I coming through okay? Izuku grinned. Loud and clear, Dark. What are the heroes doing? They walked in through the front door. I'm gonna stretch along the outside and see if I can listen in. Another pause, and then Jairu's voice came through the earpiece, albeit distantly. Midoriya's on the 4th floor, and Tokoyami's heading down the stairs from the 5th. Since Midoriya isn't moving, I'm going to guess that the bomb's on the 4th floor. Shuji responded, but if it's on the 4th, then why was Tokoyami on the 5th floor? Plus, they know neither of us can scale walls like Mineta or Zero, so it would make sense for them to put the bomb as high up as possible to delay us. Jairu hummed. That's a good point. Alright, you deal with Tokoyami. His bird demon thing looks tough. Shuji grunted. Be careful. Midoriya may look innocent, but his buddies are clearly powerful. You saw what he did for the 50-meter dash yesterday, he could be on us in a second. Jairu chuckled. Worry about yourself. I got it. Move I doubt he'll see coming. The earpiece shut off, and Izuku grinned to himself. So, she thinks she can catch me by surprise? We'll see about that. He only lasted about half a minute before he started tapping his foot impatiently. Cyan was flitting back and forth, lightning crackling around his tentacles. Come on, let's go already. Blue sighed. Patience. Neither of them have enhanced speed, this'll probably take a while. Pink huffed and crossed her tentacles. Well, excuse me if some of us want to be more active about this. White hummed. While I understand the longing to take action, there's value in standing your ground. Think of it this way, as heroes, we might have to defend a VIP or civilian. In those cases, we'd have to stand our ground and wait for the villain to come to us, since we wouldn't want to abandon the person we're defending. Red nodded. That makes sense. The wisp pouted. Doesn't make this any less boring though. Izuku grunted. Yeah. He glanced up at the sound of hurried footsteps, and Jairu skidded to a stop in the doorway. All right, villain. Your end is now. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I thought it was, the end is nigh. The girl rolled her eyes. Whatever. Point is you're going down. Izuku smirked. Ooh, I'm quaking in my boots here. Jairu grinned. Funny you should mention boots. Her jacks suddenly shot down, trailing fleshy cords behind them as they aimed for her tall boots. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he noticed the mesh pattern on the front. A snap of his fingers caught Blue's attention, and he crossed his arms, slightly bending his knees in preparation. Her jacks plugged into her boots, and a massive sound wave rushed out, washing over Izuku and shoving the debris against the windows. The glass itself rattled under the attack, but didn't shatter, surprisingly. As the force abated, Izuku hummed curiously. Thought it'd break from that. Jairu smirked. The sound needs to be at the glass's resonant frequency for that to happen. If the frequency's off, it'll vibrate, but it won't shatter like you see in videos. Izuku grunted. Good to know. He stepped forward, only for another blast of sound to push back against him. Jiru grinned widely as she leaned forward, her jacks plugged into her boots. Give it up, villain. You can't reach me. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Not like this, certainly. Orange. Blue unfused, and Izuku flew back towards the windows, planting his feet against the debris on the floor. Orange obediently flew over, and two balls of orange light formed under Izuku's feet. He bent his knees, before jumping, rocketing across the room. Jiru's eyes widened, and she unleashed another blast of sound, but he was moving too fast. He shot through the distortion and wrapped his arm around her neck, dragging her across the hallway. She slammed into the opposite wall, her jacks knocked out of her boots and the breath driven from her lungs. Izuku quickly pulled out his capture tape and secured her hands to her sides, before reaching down and pinning her jacks to her upper legs. All Might boomed, "Young Jiru has been captured." Jiru's chest heaved as she drew breath, and Izuku calmly patted her on the back. Sorry about that. I'd have warned you, but villains won't let you know what they're planning. Jiru sighed, slumping in defeat. I guess not. Any chance you'll tell me where the bomb is? Izuku grinned and reached towards her ear, pulling out her comm link and storing it in one of his belt pouches. Don't want your pal listening in on our discussion, do we? Jiru chuckled. I guess we don't. The bomb. Izuku stepped to the side and pointed his thumb at the bomb, visible through the massive hole in the floor above. Jiru's jaw dropped, and Izuku grinned. Didn't see that coming, did you? She snapped her mouth shut. Nope. I guess Shuji was right about the bomb being on the top floor. I kinda assumed you were standing in front of it, since your heartbeat wasn't moving. Izuku crouched down, standing low on the ball of his feet. Well, you were half right. So, you can hear heartbeats? And from so far away too. That's pretty cool. Jiru raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to support Tokoyami? Izuku rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers. Pink, yellow, and green immediately shot down the hallway towards the stairwell. There, I've supported him. Now, tell me more about your quirk. Can you plug your jacks into things to listen to the vibrations in them? Jiru chuckled, leaning back against the wall. Yep. And they can project my own heartbeat. As you saw, the effect is a lot stronger if I pump it through some kind of speaker. She glanced down at her boots. Gotta say, I'm impressed with how compact the support department made them. Izuku grinned. True. I've never seen speakers so small before. Still, the fact that they're so far from your head is a bit of a downside. Like you saw, if an opponent sees you reaching for them, they can either prepare themselves, like I did, or interrupt you before you can attack. It might be good to add another set of speakers higher up on your costume as a more accessible weapon. Jiru hummed. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. I just asked for these really strong ones to be in my boots, 'cause I don't think my shoulders could take the backlash. And even still, I gotta be careful I don't use too much juice, or else I'll just blow myself backwards. Newton's third law and all, you know? Izuku smirked. I'm a lot more familiar with that law than you might think. Say, electric guitars are typically plugged into loudspeakers, right? What if you had one that had a speaker built into it, or something? It'd look like a regular guitar, but it'd be a closer weapon for your jacks. Jiru's eyes widened. Not just that. I know that if I plug one jack in a speaker and use the other to listen to something, I can project the input from the speaker. And if I can amplify my heartbeat, you could also amplify those inputs. Izuku finished. And since electric guitars already take inputs and put them into speakers I could use the chords as sound attacks. Jiru interrupted. That's genius. Suddenly, the building shook, and Jiru glanced around wildly, only to pause when Izuku snorted. Calm down. All Might announced, young Shuji has been captured. Villain team wins. The class cheered as Izuku swung open the door to the monitor room, and he chuckled, before walking over and high-fiving Katsuki. I take it we put on a good show? The blonde snorted. That's one way to put it. All Might boomed, I'm impressed. Young Midoriya and young Tokoyami worked together quite well. In fact, I'd go so far as to say your teamwork was flawless. Now, who can tell me what mistakes the hero team made? Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Like with the last match, the greatest mistake was splitting up. Jiraiya seemingly assumed that Shuji would be able to handle Tokoyami alone, or at least hold him off while she secured the bomb. If she and Shuji had fought Tokoyami together, they might have had a chance at victory. Though, they were at a massive disadvantage. For all intents and purposes, this was a 2-on-11 fight. Not only could Midoriya's wisps enhance his or Tokoyami's capabilities, they could also reconnoiter and battle on their own. In a real fight, had Jiraiya managed to detain Midoriya, a wisp could have released him. And besides, her chances of beating Midoriya by herself were slim to none. The more practical route would have been to face Tokoyami alongside Shuji, a fair 2-on-2, before then facing Midoriya as a team. Jiraiya could have briefly pinned Midoriya as she did here, thereby giving Shuji a brief window to either finish Midoriya off or secure the bomb unimpeded. Ida interjected. Another disadvantage of the heroes was that their discussions could be overheard, while the villains had a code that allowed them to discuss their plans safely. He turned to Izuku and Tokoyami with a frown. His helmet was off. However, I must admit I am curious as to how the two of you already have a secret code language in place. Do you two know each other, by any chance? Izuku smirked. Nope. We just met each other yesterday. The code language is a sentient quirk thing. Cyan crossed his tentacles and huffed smugly. An elite group that you scrubs have no chance of joining. White smacked the wisp upside the head. Be nice. All Might coughed. In any case, let's keep moving. We only have so much time. He ruffled around in the boxes for a bit, before pulling out a white ball marked D and a black ball marked G. Team GAS the villains will face Team DS the heroes. Since this building is so extensively damaged, we'll again use a new one. Izuku hummed as he scanned the screens. Ida and Yaoyorozu had holed up on the top floor, the latter having somehow acquired several sheets of metal to barricade the doorway. This ought to be interesting. Though, where'd Yaoyorozu get the materials? I didn't think the buildings were stocked with those. Some kind of transmutation quirk. Todoroki grunted. She makes things. Izuku blinked. You're joking. She just makes stuff out of thin air? That's ridiculously overpowered. The two-tone teen huffed. Not out of thin air. She needs fuel. Something about lipids. Izuku hummed. Okay, slightly less ridiculous, but only slightly. I don't think it's 1-to-1 either, but I don't know enough of the science to say for certain what's really going on. Kirishima crossed his arms. I don't think Kaminari has the muscles to break through those barriers, and Kuda doesn't seem like he's the type for direct confrontation. What can he do, anyway? Izuku considered that as All Might boomed, your 5 minutes of prep time are up. Heroes, you may now enter the building. Suddenly, a tidal wave of rats emerged from the nearest manholes, swarming the building and covering it in a thick layer of fur. Ida froze up and Yaoyorozu shrieked in terror as the rodents covered them, easily bypassing the barriers and covering them completely. The class watched in shock as Kuda entered the building, Kaminari following with his jaw practically on the floor. The rats parted before the taller boy, and they reached the bomb room with zero resistance. A quick command from Kuda, and the rats lifted the metal sheets from their channels, unblocking the doorway and allowing the heroes easy entry. Ida and Yaoyorozu were gently washed aside by the sea of rodents, and Kuda calmly walked forward, laying a hand on the bomb. All Might blinked. The bomb has been secured. The hero team wins. Kuda opened the door to the monitor room a couple minutes later, met with shocked stares. Kirishima was the one to break the silence. Bro, that was actually kinda cool. A grin stretched over his face, and the others stared at him. Come on, you gotta admit it was really manly how he detained the villains and retrieved the bomb without hurting anyone or breaking anything. Right. Tokoyami chuckled. I suppose the case could be made for that. Most villains would be wholly unprepared for a biblical plague, and very few defenses would hold up to thousands of tiny mammals swarming them. Izuku nodded. If they even defend themselves at all. That kind of sight would make just about anybody freeze up. All Might coughed into his fist. Yes. Remember, as heroes, any collateral damage you cause is taken out of your paycheck, so minimizing destruction is always a good strategy. Kuda smiled softly and nodded, walking to a corner of the room and sitting against the wall. A solitary rat followed him, and he began stroking the mammal's fur with a large finger. Ida sighed and removed his helmet, holding it by his side. For the sake of honesty, I must admit that I am disappointed in myself for losing so easily. But I understand that we are here as students to learn and grow, and failure is expected on occasion. Yaoyorozu smiled and patted her teammate on the shoulder. Very true, Ida-kun. All Might smiled. In any case, let's get moving with the next match, shall we? He stuck his hands in the boxes and ruffled around for a bit, before pulling out a white H-ball and a black eyeball. Team H as the heroes will face Team I as the villains. Shudo stared up at the building ahead. His teammate was bouncing back and forth incessantly, always in motion. Must you be so noisy? I am trying to focus on the task ahead. His partner, Ishido, his brain supplied, pouted. Well, excuse me for being just a wee bit nervous, Ice King. Besides, this is how I focus. I have a hard time standing still. Shudo sighed. Very well. I was originally planning to freeze the building solid, but if you refuse to stay back and let me handle it, then I suppose a different tactic is required. Ishido frowned. You were gonna do everything? That's no fun. Though, hey, isn't Azui a frog? Shudo raised an eyebrow. And what if she is? Ishido hummed. Well, aren't frogs cold-blooded? Wouldn't she have problems if she was suddenly exposed to a bunch of ice? Shudo paused. True. Many frogs hibernate during the winter, usually by way of burrowing. While wood frogs can technically be frozen solid and still survive, they require a large intake of sugar beforehand. I can't count on Azui being similarly prepared. In that case, I will try not to use my quirk on her. Ishido smirked. Huh, I guess you can be considerate of others. Shudo huffed. We may be opponents at the current moment, but she is still my classmate. It would do me no good to deliberately harm my allies. Refresh my memory, what is your quirk? Ishido grinned. I can produce acid of varying corrosiveness and viscosity from anywhere on my skin. And since my costume designer put holes in my shoes like I asked, I can produce it from my feet and slide around like I'm on a slip and slide. Shudo nodded. A mobility option is a good idea for any hero. I, myself, can create a layer of smooth, slippery ice underfoot in order to get around more efficiently. Ishido's eyes widened, and she grinned wider. Say, can you make ramps out of your ice? Shudo huffed. Quite easily. Why do you ask? She made a sweeping motion with her arm, before pointing up at the roof. I'm thinking if I get enough momentum and a good angle, I can launch myself up to the roof. If you can make ice underfoot, you could just make a pillar rise under yourself so you can follow me. Shudo hummed. That is not a bad idea. All Might boomed. Your prep time is up. Heroes, you are now cleared to enter the building. Shudo swept his right arm, and a giant slope of ice stretched out away from the target building. Ishido ran up the ramp, and he formed a smaller ramp aimed towards the roof. Her voice crackled through his earpiece. I'm gonna need a taller starting point, Ice King. Rolling his eyes, he placed his right hand against the larger ramp, and a shelf of ice extended from the tall end. Tall enough for you? She cackled. Excellent. Coming through. Shudo calmly stepped to his left, and Ishido shot past, flying through the air. Towards the roof. She fell just barely short, grabbing the ledge with one hand. She flailed around for a bit, before finding a foothold atop a window frame with her left foot. From there, she easily grabbed the ledge with her other hand and heaved herself up and over onto the roof. Shudo chuckled and walked across the street, stopping next to the doorway and shifting his right foot. A pillar of ice shot up from the ground under his feet, quickly raising him up to roof level. As he stepped off onto the concrete, he glanced down at where Ishido was on her back, breathing. Already out of breath? Shameful. Heroes need better stamina. She grinned up at him. Oh, I can give you stamina, big boy. Shudo rolled his eyes. Focus. We have work to do. She groaned in exaggerated annoyance and sprang to her feet. "You're no fun. Come on, let's move." As he followed her inside, he couldn't help but chuckle under his breath. Father would absolutely loathe her. So I guess I can tolerate her. Izuku hummed as he watched Ishido and Todoroki ascend to the rooftop together. The hero team is working together. Whatever next? He could see that Azui and Kirishima had hidden the bomb on the 4th floor. With no way to cut off access like Izuku had, they'd resorted to standing back-to-back next to the bomb, watching the entrance and the windows at the same time. Ishido and Todoroki swept the 5th floor together, the former taking the lead and the latter keeping watch behind. They quickly moved down to the 4th floor, Todoroki taking the lead this time. It wasn't long before they came upon the room with the bomb in it, the two heroes immediately stepping inside. Todoroki acted a wall of ice behind them, locking all 4 combatants in the room. Kirishima grinned and banged his fists together, immediately launching himself at the other 2. Todoroki threw up a thick sheet of ice that blocked the redhead, and Ishido darted around the conflict, sliding across the floor and flinging a glob of acid at Azui. The green-haired girl dodged and bounded forward, immediately lashing out with a dropkick. Ishido sidestepped, throwing a clumsy punch as her opponent passed. The blow missed, and Azui landed on all 4s, immediately whipping her tongue out and wrapping it around Ishido, before bodily throwing the pink girl towards the outer wall. A wall of ice caught Ishido before she hit the concrete and glass, and Izuku glanced over at where Todoroki was still calmly evading Kirishima's bull-headed assault. Every strike was either dodged, caught, or blocked by ice. Izuku hummed in approval. Todoroki has training. Not a lot of high schoolers can claim that level of skill. Yaoyorozu sighed. Well, to be fair, his father is Endeavor, so being unable to fight was never really on the table for him. Izuku blinked. Seriously? He's Endeavor's kid? I didn't even know Endeavor was married, let alone a dad. Ida hummed. Endeavor is hardly public about his home life. Perhaps he predicted that villains would attempt to target him through his family, and thus kept quiet about them for their own safety. Izuku shrugged. Makes sense to me. On the screens, Todoroki caught another punch from Kirishima with his right hand, and something in his expression hardened. Ice suddenly ran down Kirishima's body from the point of contact, freezing him solidly to the ground. He pulled his roll of capture tape out of his pocket, wrapping it around Kirishima's frozen legs. All Might boomed, young Kirishima has been captured. Naturally, Azui glanced over at where her teammate was standing, and that moment of distraction cost her. Ishido shot past her defenses and landed a punch to the frog's side, sending her reeling. Todoroki followed up by quickly stringing more capture tape around Azui's legs, effectively disabling her greatest weapons. The team carefully set her down on the floor, before walking past and setting a hand on the bomb. All Might announced, both villains have been captured, and the bomb has been secured. Hero team wins. Todoroki opened the door to the monitor room, met with polite clapping and quiet cheering from the rest of the class. He grunted, though Izuku could just barely make out a hint of a smile under that mask. He walked inside, immediately moving to stand next to Yaoyorozu. Ishido skipped in behind him, a spring in her step and a smirk on her face. Azui dragged Kirishima behind her, the redhead practically catatonic after his defeat. All Might boomed, and excellent display from both sides. Now, what mistakes were made in this match? Yaoyorozu raised her hand immediately. The largest blunder was assuming again that the heroes would enter through the front door. While Azui Komitsu Karo. The raven-haired girl bowed her head. While Tsu did account for possible overhead entry by placing the bomb on the 4th floor rather than the 5th, the heroes still only had to search 2 floors. Still, the villains at least had the foresight to watch both the door and the windows, especially considering Minetta's ploy in the first match. Izuku frowned. Though, I find it odd that Todoroki seemed to chase down Kirishima almost single-mindedly, and when he did go after Tsu, he didn't even use his quirk. What's up with that? Todoroki grunted. My partner brought up the possibility that ice may have an adverse effect on her amphibian biology. I chose not to face her, since I reasoned that I could have caused her undue harm that would have otherwise been avoided. Tsu nodded at him gratefully. And I'm glad you did, Karo. Whenever I get too cold, I start to hibernate, and if the change in temperature is too sharp, it's really bad for me, Karo. Izuku nodded once. I see. Thanks for clearing that up. Kirishima slammed a fist into his palm. I just wish I could have done more. I feel so useless. Ashido rolled her eyes and smacked him upside the head. Chill out, you doofus. You held off Todoroki for a good couple minutes, and in a way, you kept him from teaming up with me against Tsu. Be proud of that. All Might announced, young Ashido is right, young Kirishima. While you should still consider what you did wrong, never be afraid to take pride in what you did right. In any case, time for the final match. He pulled the black box over from beside the mic and ruffled around for a bit, before pulling out a black ball inscribed with a J. Team J will play the villains against Team A as the heroes. Katsuki flipped through the floor plans of the building across the street, pausing and glancing up at where his teammate was suching between several flamboyant poses. Are you gonna be an arrogant prick the whole time, or are you gonna get your butt over here so we can plan? Baguette huffed dramatically and stuck a finger in the air. A plan is unnecessary, mon ami, for I will dazzle all with my brilliant sparkle. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Sure you will, Baguette. Fine, if you want to run in, navel blazing, then go ahead. I'm gonna head in from the top for a pincer movement. Baguette pouted. But monsieur, if you do that, then nobody will be around for me to amaze. Katsuki scoffed. Save it. When you're licensed, go ahead and pose for the cameras all you want, but as long as you're my teammate, you're gonna shut the F up and take this seriously. Capiche? Baguette sighed. No appreciation for talent. Katsuki grunted and turned back to the floor plans. Whatever. Suddenly, All Might announced, your 5 minutes of prep time are up. Hero team, you may now enter the building. As promised, Baguette immediately turned on his heel and made a beeline for the front door, strutting like a complete tool. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but reluctantly followed his partner. Abandoning him to his own devices likely wouldn't end well, especially considering Printer got on Grape's case for doing it in the first match. Baguette practically skipped through the hallways on the first floor, making sure to pose dramatically every time he noticed a camera, which happened far too often for Katsuki's liking. After the 7th time on the first floor alone, he clamped a hand around his other wrist to keep himself from dragging his partner along by that stupid cape. There's literally no reason to be so fancy, Baguette. Now get your butt in gear, we've got a bomb to find. Baguette huffed. Patience, monsieur. An artiste cannot be rushed. Suddenly, Monkey appeared at the other end of the stairwell, launching himself down the hallway and slamming his thick tail into Baguette's stomach. The idiot slid backwards, coughing as dust got kicked up from the floor. Suddenly, he froze, before immediately grabbing his cape and scrubbing furiously at it. No, no, no. My appealing cape has been soiled by poussière. This will not do. Katsuki groaned loudly, before launching himself forward and aiming a right hook at Monkey. The other student caught the blow with crossed arms, sliding back a couple feet. Katsuki barked, worry about your demon cape later. This is a combat exercise, not a goddamn fashion show. But, monsieur, I spent so much time and glitter making this cape almost as sparkly as I cannot let that effort go to such waste. Katsuki held himself back from slamming his palm into his face, and resorted to letting off an explosion that sent Monkey retreating around the corner, and up the stairs, if his hurried footsteps were any indication. Completely and utterly out of patience, he roughly grabbed Baguette's leg and slung him over his shoulder, before blasting off down the hallway. He tailed Monkey up to the 3rd floor, following the other blonde to a room away from the street with a single entrance. Inside, Round Face had the bomb floating up near the ceiling. She visibly paled upon seeing Katsuki blast around the corner, whereas Monkey took up a defensive stance. Quickly appraising the situation, he threw Baguette towards Round Face and shouted, "Make yourself effing useful." Turning to Monkey, he crouched and let off a few sparks for intimidation. You and me, Wukong. Monkey immediately sprang forward, aiming a solid roundhouse towards Katsuki's face. He blocked it with his left arm and retaliated with a right hook, which was deflected and countered by a swinging tail. Katsuki grinned and ducked underneath, before aiming an uppercut with his left fist at Monkey's chin. It connected, and the other teen was lifted off the ground by the force. Katsuki attempted to follow up with a swift kick to the chest, but was interrupted by Baguette being flung at him from across the room at speeds that shouldn't have been possible. Round face, he thought quickly, grabbing Baguette by the leg and throwing him at Monkey like an improvised bola. He turned to block her clumsy punch, before retaliating with a quick knee to the solar plexus. She hunched over, her cheeks bulging and her arms wrapped around her stomach protectively. Katsuki swore under his breath, turning his attention back to where Baguette was retreating from Monkey, using the recoil from his laser to propel himself through the air. Seeing that both villains were otherwise occupied, Katsuki blasted across the room, before leaping upward and grabbing one of the tail fins of the bomb, dragging it towards the ground. All Might announced, "The bomb has been secured. Hero team wins." Immediately, Katsuki turned on his heel and strode over to where Round Face was kneeling on the floor, clutching her stomach. He started patting her on the back and muttered, "Sorry, didn't realize that nerve cluster would make you react like this. Can you turn off your quirk?" Round Face slowly placed her fingertips together and weakly announced, "Our release." The bomb settled down, and Baguette crashed to the floor, his visor shattering on the ends and his armor crumpling. Monkey winced at the violent sound, but Katsuki was preoccupied with Round Face suddenly hurling at her feet. He quickly gathered her bangs in his hands and pulled her hair back from her face, rubbing circles between her shoulder blades. "Sheet. You think you need to see Recovery Girl?" Once she'd emptied her stomach, Round Face nodded weakly, before outright fainting. Katsuki caught her before she landed in the pile of vomit on the floor, quickly sweeping her up in a bridal carry. He barely spared a glance at the other two before running down the stairs, taking off down the street towards the tunnel out of Ground Beta. Izuku hummed worriedly as Katsuki beelined out of the building and towards the exit of Ground Beta. "I know getting hit in the solar plexus is unpleasant, but I didn't think it'd induce vomiting that badly." Ashido winced. "I talked to Uraraka a little bit after the Quirk apprehension test yesterday, and she told me that floating too much stuff makes her nauseous, especially if she floats a living thing. Since she was already floating the bomb, adding Aoyama onto that was already pushing her to the edge." Izuku in a breath through his teeth. "I hope she's okay." Katsuki showed up at the monitor room only a few seconds after Ojiro had dragged Aoyama in. The French blonde was practically catatonic, clutching his glittery cape and sobbing uncontrollably. Katsuki rolled his eyes and walked past Aoyama with a grunt. "Get over yourself, it's just a cape. Easily cleaned, easily repaired. Human lives are less so." All Might boomed, and impressive display on both sides, albeit brief. In the interest of time, I'll only ask for a short critique of the overall match. Any takers? Yayorozu raised her hand, but Izuku spoke first. Ojiro and Uraraka had a good plan in place. Floating the bomb made it unlikely for the hero team to properly secure it without facing her first. In addition, Ojiro took the fight to the hero team, stalling them as much as possible, but he also knew when he was outmatched. When he saw that he couldn't beat Bakugo, he made a strategic retreat and attempted to fight the heroes alongside his partner. And because one of the heroes was an active hindrance, here he glared sharply at Aoyama. The villain team could have won if Bakugo hadn't accidentally exploited Uraraka's weakness. All Might grinned. "Well said, young Midoriya." There was a rush of wind, and suddenly the pro was at the door. Now, watch how a pro exits, like he's got somewhere to be. In an instant, the hero was gone, and an enormous gust of wind signified that he had bolted towards the exit tunnel at top speed. Gasps and shocked muttering were heard, but Izuku ignored it to lay a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. "She's gonna be okay. You got her to Recovery Girl as soon as you could." The blonde sighed. "I know, but I did that to her in the first place." Izuku cuffed him over the head. "You didn't know for certain it'd cause such a violent reaction." "Hell, I didn't know it would, and Ashido had to explain to me why it did." Katsuki's shoulders slumped in defeat. "Fine, whatever. Izuku patted him on the back. Hey, don't worry about it. We're here to learn, to get better. In future combat exercises, you'll know not to hit her in that spot, and it won't happen again. Right? Katsuki stood upright. Right. Izuku grinned. Attaboy. After classes were done for the day, Katsuki made to head towards the front entrance, but paused when Izuku started heading the other direction, flanked by the wisps. After a brief moment of indecision, the blonde turned on his heel, quickly catching up. Where are you headed? Izuku grunted. Support department. My costume designer left a note in my costume case asking me to stop by after classes today to discuss additional gear. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. And you're considering it? Last time I checked, your wisps covered just about every necessary angle. Izuku sighed. Not quite. I've still got one major weak point exposed, the wisps themselves. Katsuki blinked. I don't follow. As powerful as they are, they're still sentient beings and they've still got blind spots. Since I can only have one fused at a time, that means the other 7 are completely exposed during a fight. And sure, they're fast, but they're not invincible. I keep worrying about what might happen if one of them was caught unawares and seriously injured or worse. Katsuki hummed. Yeah, that's fair. If you had something that they could sit inside until they're needed, that would be cool, but it'd also be super bulky and tough to keep on hand in the field. Izuku grunted. Don't be too certain. Support items have been getting more and more compact in recent years. There were rapid footsteps behind them, and they paused, turning to see Uraraka running up to them. There you guys are. Ashido told me you were heading in this direction, and I wanted to catch you before you left. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. How come? She grinned sheepishly and rubbed at the back of her neck. Well, mostly to apologize for earlier. Katsuki blinked. Apologize? And why? You did nothing wrong. But I ruined the match. Katsuki scoffed. Bullshit cheeks. You did everything you were supposed to in that situation. If anything, I should be apologizing to you for making you vomit your guts out. She gasped. I don't blame you for that. It was a combat exercise, we're supposed to hit each other. I already know I've got to get over my nausea, and I'm going to have to endure pain, so I might as well start now. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Alright, clearly, neither of you blames the other for what happened during the exercise, so just shake hands, promise to do better, and move on. Okay? The 2 others stared at him. After a couple seconds, Katsuki sighed and stuck his hand out. He's got a point. We both have things to work on, so let's just move on. Uraraka smiled and accepted the handshake. Fair enough. Izuku grunted and continued down the hall. Katsuki followed, and after a brief pause, Uraraka fell into step on Izuku's other side. So, how come you 2 are going this way? I thought the front entrance was the other direction from the classroom. Izuku grunted again. Support department. My costume designer wanted to talk to me. Uraraka blinked. Wait, we can talk to our costume designers? Katsuki tilted his head. Yeah, didn't you read the memos that were in the cases? Hero students can go to the support labs after classes to propose costume alterations and discuss additional gear. Why? She blushed. Well, I had thought I'd just get used to the heels in my costume, but if we're allowed to request alterations, I'm gonna see if I can SWH them out for something like astronaut boots. Katsuki grunted. Yeah, that's definitely something to talk to your costume designer about. If your costume isn't comfortable, change it. Not that complicated. They rounded a corner, and Izuku grunted upon seeing the huge metal double doors further down the hallway. There's the development studio. It's the workshop dedicated to costume adjustments. He stepped up to the doors and reached for the handle, when an explosion suddenly blasted him across the hall, blowing the doors off their hinges entirely. Loud cackling emanated from inside, and an older voice shouted, Hatsum, I swear to Nedzu, if you don't move your projects to the beta studio, I'm going to ban you from the workshops for a whole week. The first voice groaned, But sir, I'm meeting someone here today, and I couldn't just do nothing while I waited. Izuku sighed as he peeled himself off the wall. I'm guessing she means me. He snapped his fingers, and orange shot through the smoke, quickly dispersing it. I take it you're my costume designer? The girl with pink dreadlocks beamed at him. Maybe. Hatsum May, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Which costume is yours, again? Izuku grunted. Midoriya Izuku, the rainbow one. Hatsum brightened. Oh, you're the guy I wanted to talk to today. Honestly, your class has a criminal lack of babies with their costumes. Wire's the only one who got to include some Nito grenade gauntlets with one of hers. Katsuki scowled. You mean the functional weapons that definitely shouldn't have been given to a hero student on the first day of classes? Power Loader waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, I made sure she added a toggle. If you slip on the pin coverings upside down, the tanks won't siphon your sweat. Wasn't there a note in your case about that? Katsuki frowned. Not that I saw. Then again, I saw 2 gauntlets that looked exactly like what I'd requested, and I kinda assumed they were fully functional, so I just left 'em in there. Good to know they've got an office WH. Hatsum rolled her eyes. Boring. What's the point of having babies if you're not gonna use them? Power Loader sighed and opened his mouth to say something, but Katsuki beat him to it. If you give a first-year student the equivalent of a handheld nuke on the first day, there's a good chance they'd accidentally kill someone with it. We've got to learn control before we start messing with weaponry, or people are gonna get hurt. Got it? Hatsum paused, then nodded emphatically. Got it? Wait on the babies until the user's trained to operate them. Power Loader gave Katsuki an extremely grateful look, before adding, of course, that's specifically for weapons. For mobility aids like your hoversaws, those are more applicable for early on. Uraraka perked up. Hoversaws? Those sound interesting. What dash? Hatsum held a hand up. Up. I've got a meeting. You and I can talk later, but right now, I have a client to negotiate with. The support student grabbed Izuku by the wrist and dragged him over to an empty testing room, pulling him inside and closing the door before whirling to face him with stars in her eyes. Before she could say anything, Izuku held up a hand. Keep it slow enough that I can register what you're saying, all right? She nodded quickly. Sure, I can do that. Izuku crossed his arms. All right, what's on your mind? Hatsum grinned. So, Maijima-sensei let us watch the footage of the entrance exam for our assigned clients, and I noticed that your buddies kept flying around loose, which doesn't seem safe for them. Izuku grunted. True. I was actually hoping to discuss some kind of housing for them so they aren't vulnerable mid-fight. Hatsum beamed. That's what I was thinking. So, I went ahead and whipped up a quick prototype baby that I wanted to test, but couldn't without something from you. She ran to a corner of the room and slid open a drawer, pulling out a weird-looking device. It had a flat cylindrical base made of red plastic, with 2 small clamps underneath a clear plastic lid that was hinged on one side and fastened on the other. Here, if my hypothesis is correct, the final piece should allow this baby to safely contain a single wisp. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And what final piece would that be? She grinned. Some of your hair, duh. Izuku blinked and she rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, it's obvious. Your hair is normally prismatic, and it changes color when you fuse with a wisp, so clearly they're being stored in your hair in some way. Izuku raised a finger, then paused, finding that he didn't really have a counterpoint to that. Okay, that's fair. He reached behind his head and pulled out a few strands of hair, noting that it seemed to glow even in the dim lighting of the room. That good enough? Hatsum beamed and snagged the hairs from his grip, immediately opening the device and slotting them into the clamps. That should do it. Now, which one wants to be the guinea pig? The wisps exchanged glances, and Blue cautiously tapped a nub against the exposed hairs. There was a flash of light, and Hatsum snapped the lid shut, revealing that the hairs within were now a brilliant blue. She cackled maniacally, but Izuku wasn't convinced, holding his hand out. Taking the hint, she handed him the device, and he flicked the lid open. There was another flash, and Blue backflipped into the air, his eyes spinning. Oh, that was weird. Green floated closer, rubbing her front nubs together worriedly. Are you all right? Blue shook his head, his eyes refocusing. Yeah, I think I'm okay. It's just really weird to fuse with something that's not alive. Izuku grinned and locked eyes with Hatsum. Works like a charm. She grinned widely. Excellent. I'll get right on machining 7 more of those babies. I notice there's a lot of empty room on the back of your costume, so I figure I can stick M there. Izuku rubbed at his chin. Actually, I want to check something. He pointed at the curved side of the lid. Could you drill a small hole through there? Just enough that the hairs would fit through. Hatsum nodded and dashed out of the room, quickly coming back in with a small drill bit. She quickly bored a hole in the side of the lid, and Izuku adjusted the hairs in the clamps so that the ends were sticking out. Red fused with the hair, and Izuku laid the container on his palm, making sure the tips were touching his skin. He mentally prodded it, and there was another red flash, leaving the detached hairs prismatic. Izuku glanced up and sure enough, his own locks were now red. Another mental push, and the clamped hairs turned red again. A fourth flash, and red floated up to join the others, rubbing his head with one of his tentacles. Izuku nodded in satisfaction. Figured. If the hair is touching my skin, the wisp can move from the container to my body without exposing itself. So, if I give you some more hairs, could you wire these containers into the costume so that the hairs are touching my skin? Hatsum cackled and snatched the container from his hand. Child's play, Captain Rainbow. Just watch, you'll have an epic new costume before your heroics exercise tomorrow. Izuku rounded the corner before UA and paused, Katsuki running into him due to the sudden stop. What's up? Izuku grunted and gestured to the crowd milling around the front gate. Reporters. Katsuki groaned and shouldered his bag. FNG wonderful. Alright, let's get this over with. They walked towards the school, the cries of the reporters growing louder and clearer as they approached. As they watched, a Gen Ed student attempted to push through the crowd, and was surrounded immediately with microphones and cameras being shoved in his face. Hey, All Might's teaching here, right? What's he like as a teacher? Is it true he always smiles, even while talking? What subject is he teaching? Which costume does he wear? Or is he in civilian clothing? What does his breath smell like? Wordlessly, the student gestured to the shoulders of his uniform, 2 buttons set on each side. The closest reporter groaned and turned on her heel, announcing, "This kid's in Gen Ed, he's got nothing." She walked up close to the gate and shouted, "Come on, give us All Might already." The crowd moved in behind her, inadvertently shoving the Gen Ed kid back away from the gate. Izuku and Katsuki walked up as the purple-haired teen gave the reporters a dirty look. Izuku tapped him on the shoulder with a worried expression. "You okay?" In lieu of an answer, the kid gave a thumbs up. Izuku frowned, taking in the dead expression and eye bags that gave Aizawa-senseis a run for their money. "You don't look like it. Having trouble sleeping?" A nod. Izuku winced. "Yeah, I know what that's like." He pointed over his shoulder with his thumb at where yellow was flying rings around the other wisps. "I gotta make sure to let that one exercise before bed, otherwise he keeps me up all night." The Gen Ed guy gave him a sympathetic look and stuck his hand out. Shinso Hitoshi, 1C. Izuku accepted the handshake. Midoriya Izuku, 1A. Katsuki grunted. Bakugo Katsuki, also 1A. Now, how are we gonna get to classes? Those DMN reporters are blocking the entrance. Shinso raised an eyebrow. Hero students wanting to avoid the cameras? That's a shocker. Izuku grunted, ignoring Shinsu's comment. "I'm tempted to cause a diversion with red down the block and cite Sentient Quirk legislation as an excuse. Technically, I have a provisional civilian license so that the wisps can exist and exercise without breaking quirk usage laws. But I don't want to risk causing property damage." Katsuki hummed, considering the crowd. "Cyan maybe? Dart each of us through one by one." Shinso coughed. "And what about me?" Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the insomniac. "Did you think you weren't included in that us?" Shinso blinked. "Kinda." Izuku hummed, considering the reporters and glancing at Cyan. "My civilian license doesn't cover the fusing." There was a cough behind them, and the 3 of them turned to see Ida standing there. "If I might interrupt. While it's not well known, there's a side entrance, about a block down from here. You just need to scan your ID card to open it. Midoriya, if you keep your wisps in your bag, they should be let through with you. Izuku nodded gratefully. Thanks for the tip, Ida. The taller boy waved his hand dismissively. Think nothing of it. Because of my brother's career, I've had to deal with reporters myself on occasion, and believe me, they're extremely unpleasant. When the bell rang to signal the start of homeroom, Aizawa-sensei walked in with a supremely annoyed look on his face. Wisely, everyone shut up, and he huffed as he stepped up to the podium. Good thinking. Reading the room is an important skill for anyone, not just heroes. In any case, today you'll need to make a decision that'll impact the rest of your time here at UA. Nobody dared to breathe. You'll need to decide on a class representative. There was a collective sigh of relief before everyone began clamoring to be chosen. Blue whimpered and ducked inside Izuku's bag, and Green followed her fellow wisp. The others congregated in the rafters, away from the din, and Izuku wished he could join them. After a little while, Ida shot up and shouted, "Everyone! Since we clearly cannot come to a consensus, we must decide this rationally. We will hold a democratic vote to choose our class representative." Kaminari frowned. We've only known each other for a couple of days. Wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? Perhaps. However, if someone were to gain others' votes in such a short time, then clearly they are most suited for the position. He turned to where Aizawa-sensei was slumped against the front wall. Is this acceptable, sensei? I don't care. Just get it done by the end of homeroom. Ida nodded and reached under the podium, producing a stack of papers and a bundle of pencils. He distributed the items among the class, and the room was quickly filled with the sound of scribbling. Izuku tapped the eraser of his pencil against his chin, deep in thought. I'm not going to lie and say that I don't want the position. But do I think I'm the best person for it? Ida already takes charge first out of everyone, and he certainly has the confidence for it. Yaoyorozu is really smart, and she could have won the exercise if Koda hadn't used a tidal wave of rats. But she doesn't seem to believe in herself. Ida would probably fill the position best. Maybe I'm sacrificing my chances, but sacrifice is a hero's job, isn't it? He quickly wrote Ida's name on his paper and turned it over, setting his pencil down on his desk. Once everyone's paper was turned over, Ida went around the room and collected the votes, making sure not to look at them until the stack reached the podium, and he began sorting them into piles. Once the votes were tallied, Ida grabbed a piece of chalk from the tray and wrote the results on the board. Midoriya Izuku, 7 votes. Ida Tenya, 6 votes. Katsuki Bug, 3 votes. Yaoyorozu Momo, 2 votes. Ryuma Yuga, 1 vote. Mineta Minort, 1 vote. Katsuki grunted. 3 of you idiots voted for me? You seriously thought the guy with anger issues should lead the class? Kirishima shrugged. I dunno, bro. You seem like you've got a good head on your shoulders. Uraraka nodded. I second that. You're calmer than you give yourself credit for. Ojiro hummed. Agreed. Aoyama pouted. But Messrs. E-Team Mies, should the face of this class not be Trace Sparkly? Surely I am the superior choice. Ashido snorted. Dude, if you were in charge of the class, you'd have us all covered in glitter and eating camembert with every meal. Aoyama bristled. And what is wrong with camembert? Izuku clapped his hands together, silencing everyone. As your newly appointed class representative, kindly shut up. He walked up to the podium, nodding at Ida before scanning the class. I'm not entirely certain why you all apparently think I'm good for this role, but I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. He turned and offered a hand to Ida. I look forward to working with you, Vice Representative. Ida smiled and accepted the handshake. Likewise. Aizawa-sensei grunted and sat upright. Good, you got it over with during the span of homeroom. Certainly faster than other classes I've had in the past. Izuku and Ida quickly headed for their seats, and the hero emerged from his sleeping bag, moving to stand behind the podium. In other announcements, I've been informed that some of you requested minor alterations to your costumes yesterday after classes. The man nodded in approval. Good thinking. Your costume is an ever-present part of your career, so it needs to be in top condition, just like you. Making sure you can wear it comfortably is a vital step. Midoriya, I'm told that your updates are taking longer than expected, but Power Loader assures me your costume will be available by tomorrow's Foundational Heroics class. Uraraka, your updates are already finished, so I recommend stopping by the development studio after classes today to make sure everything is comfortable and in working order. Yaoyorozu, your request for an alternate costume has been received by the designated company, and it should be ready by next week. Mineta pouted. But it's already perfect. The midget suddenly reeled back in his seat as Sai and practically teleported in front of him, staring him down resolutely. At the same time, Aizawa-sensei fixed the short boy with a sharp glare. Make another comment like that, and you're expelled. Mineta whimpered and nodded, and the teacher grunted. Hagakure, you've been specifically requested to come down to the development studio after classes today. Power Loader noticed the schematics for your costume, and insisted that you needed something else. He quickly fixed Mineta with another glare before the midget could say anything. Also, a quick word about yesterday's exercise. For those of you who won, don't think you don't still have room to improve from where you are. Likewise, for those of you who lost, don't think that you're failures, you're here to learn, and losing is a part of that. The bell rang, and the hero grabbed his sleeping bag. Be back here at 1 to elect class officers. That's all for today. Dismissed. At lunchtime, Izuku and Katsuki sat at the same table as Uraraka, Ida, and Tokoyami, but this time, they were joined by Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, the latter by virtue of following behind the former. Not long after she sat down, Yaoyorozu turned to Izuku and said, I feel I must congratulate you on being chosen as class representative, Midoriya-kun. Izuku grunted. Not like I did much in the way of campaigning or anything. Still not entirely sure I'm the best person for the job. Ida huffed. Well, I'm certain you'll do quite well, Midoriya. You've already shown an ability to make snap decisions, and you've routinely placed other people before yourself, qualities that I unfortunately lack. Still, I feel proud that the class considers me a close second to you. Katsuki scoffed. Still can't believe people thought I should be a rep. I've never been good at all that paperwork sheet. Plus, can you imagine people seeing me and assuming that the whole class is the same? Uraraka sighed. I guess that's fair. Todoroki hummed. By the way, Midoriya, your quirk is unusual. Not only is it sentient, which is already rare, but it's incredibly multifaceted. It's almost like 8 separate quirks rather than a single one. Izuku snorted. Trust me, I'm well aware my quirk is a drastic outlier when it comes to what we know about them. But we got it tested shortly after it manifested, and we're certain it's just the one. Todoroki frowned. Be that as it may, it's quite powerful. Tell me, Midoriya, are you the secret love child of Gang Orca and Spectrum? Izuku choked on his noodles, and Katsuki quickly pulled him out of his seat for a Heimlich maneuver. After a few seconds of coughing, during which Todoroki was as stone-faced as ever, Izuku finally recovered enough to stare at the other teen incredulously. Are you joking? You've got to be joking. Where the hell did you get that idea? Todoroki shrugged. Gang Orca has an aquatic quirk, and Spectrum can create multicolored beams of light. Both very strong quirks, and could reasonably combine to create yours. Izuku blinked, then sat down and sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. So, first off, the wisps aren't actually squids, they just share some physical similarities with real squids. As far as I know, they aren't aquatic, although yellow does have a weird fascination with water. And second, my parents aren't heroes, not by a long shot. Mom works as a nurse at Mizudafu General Hospital, and Dad's in hero merchandising in America, has been since I was 2. Mom's quirk lets her attract small objects, and Dad has fire breath. I'm told I take after his brother, Midoriya Teiko, who has a kraken quirk. Supposedly, the Midoriya family has a lot of quirks based on mythical creatures. Todoroki sat up straighter. Are you related to Ryukyu? Izuku opened his mouth to retort, then paused. Let me get back to you on that. I don't think so, but I'm not 100% certain about that. Suddenly, alarms started blaring, and they all glanced up. The speakers blared. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outside promptly. I repeat, there has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outside promptly. Immediately, all the students in the cafeteria got up and began stampeding towards the exit. Izuku stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a piercing whistle, fusing with green and floating above the heads of the crowd. He soared through the thankfully spacious hallways, scanning the tide of students. Spotting a head of blue hair, he snapped his fingers, and pink flew in after orange, the two working in tandem to fling Ida up to the ceiling and stick him there by his feet. Izuku glanced over to the windows and swore under his breath, spying microphones and cameras inside the campus boundaries. It's just the media. We need to get them to calm down. Ida pointed down the hallway at the double doors. If you can get me onto the door jamb, I should be able to get their attention. Izuku nodded. I'll distract them using red, and you get their attention while they're not panicking. Cyan, you're up. The wisp nodded, and Ida shot through the air as a beam of light, reforming above the doors and planting his feet on the frame. Izuku flew to the side and landed on a windowsill, exchanging green for red and accentuating a clap of his hands with a burst of fire. It had the intended effect of making the crowd pause. Ida shouted, "Everyone, please calm down. It is just the media." Acting in such a panicked manner is unbefitting of students at such a prestigious institution. Now, please proceed through the exit in a calm and orderly fashion. The crowd began to slowly move through the doors, a steady trickle of people emptying the hallway. Izuku nodded in satisfaction and dropped to the floor, joining the flow and barely even reacting when Ida dropped down next to him. "Good work, Vice Rep." Ida slightly bowed his head. "I could not have done it without you, class representative." 1A reconvened in the classroom at 1 o'clock as expected, though they were quieter than they'd been that morning. Before anyone could say anything, Aizawa-sensei stepped up to the podium. "Now, first things first. While I'd like to say I'm disappointed in you all for getting caught up in the panic earlier, it's understandable that you'd follow the older students. Regardless, in future crises, I expect you to handle yourselves much more calmly than today. Midoriya and Ida set a good example, try to follow it. That's all from me. Class Rep, Vice Rep, your turn." Izuku nodded and walked up to the podium, Ida standing beside him shortly after. "First, we need a secretary to handle paperwork and other managerial-type duties. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head, though." "Vice Rep." Ida hummed. "I nominate Yaoyorozu for the position. She's quite adept at organization, scheduling, and similar duties." The others in the class voiced their assent, and Izuku nodded. "All right, then Yaoyorozu is secretary. Next, the treasurer, for budgeting and allocation of resources. I nominate Uraraka. Her family does construction, which consists of a lot of that sort of work. Objections?" Mineta scoffed. "I bet she'll just take whatever money she can from the budget and sneak it off for herself." Izuku leveled the midget with a glare. "Your opinion has been noted and steadfastly ignored. Any thoughts, Ida?" Ida shook his head. "I have no objections." Izuku grunted, keeping his gaze locked on Mineta as the rest of the class nodded in agreement. Then it settled. "Lastly, we need a DSPN officer, someone to keep troublemakers in line. I propose we give that position to Bakugo. He's already done that sort of thing before, and he's an excellent mischief deterrent." Ida nodded. "Seconded." Katsuki swiveled in his seat to shoot Mineta an evil grin, curling his left hand into a claw. The midget whimpered and shrank low in his seat, and several in the class shot Katsuki grateful looks. Izuku chuckled before clapping his hands together. "That concludes the election of class officers, though other positions may be created if they are deemed necessary and approved by Aizawa-sensei." The teacher grunted. "Fine by me." The following day, the front gate had been replaced with a solid sheet of metal, and several of Ectoplasm's clones were directing students to a side gate, much like the entrance Ida had shown them the day before. The crowd of reporters was thankfully nowhere to be seen, and Aizawa-sensei informed them of a class field trip that afternoon. Be at the bus lot at 3:20 p.m. or get left behind. Wear your hero costumes, or don't. It's up to you. At lunchtime, rather than sitting with 1A again, Izuku grabbed 2 bentos from lunch rush and led Ida through UA's halls to the first-class representative meeting. Aizawa-sensei, Vlad King, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, an underground hero called Ventriloquist, Power Loader, Midnight, and a minor hero by the name of Sprout were already there. Izuku and Ida were the first students to arrive, and they were quickly joined by the other class reps and vice reps of the first-year courses. 1B was represented by Kendo Itsuka and Shouda Nairenjiki. 1CS class rep was a girl with curly white hair by the name of Cookie Shizuka, and Shinso was their vice rep. 1D was represented by Zunu Yomu, a girl with a ginger ponytail and 2 white hearing aids, and Agoyamato Tsutsaka, a boy with a black pompadour and a prominent chin. 1E had Togaike Chikuchi, a girl with a black ponytail and spiked hair tie, and Tenohira Shizukiza, a boy with gray hair with Soundwave decals. 1FS class rep was Kinzoku Majuru, a girl with silvery, shoulder-length hair. 1G was represented by Arashur Haragane, a boy with light blue hair that was constantly crackling with electricity. 1H had Fureisu Meina, a girl with a black ponytail, a screwdriver-themed headband, and an exhausted expression to rival Shinsu's own. Representing 1I was Adama Hachi, a boy with tall blonde hair like a beehive. Rikai Sakudo, a boy with short olive hair and round glasses, represented Class 1J. Finally, 1KS representative was Memai Hanton, a boy with dark blue hair and swirls on his cheeks. Power Loader explained the support and management courses only had singular representatives due to the specialized nature and smaller sizes of the classes. The homeroom teachers for the management course were absent for the first meeting due to an unexpected surge in workload. Izuku guessed that the media invasion was responsible. Once introductions had finished, a vent in the ceiling opened up, and a furry figure in a suit and tie dropped out of the air duct, landing in a chair at the head of the room. Calmly ignoring the shocked screaming of the Gen Ed reps, the mammal chirped, "Greetings, everyone. I'm certain most of you recognize me from orientation, but I imagine 1A has yet to see me in the flesh, or the fur, as the case may be." Izuku bowed his head. "Principal Nedzu." Nedzu chuckled. "Please, a simple Nedzu-sensei will suffice. I see myself as a teacher more than a principal, personally." Izuku smirked. "Nedzu-sensei then." Nedzu grinned and clasped his paws together as the Gen Ed reps finally composed themselves. Now, this first meeting is more of an introduction to each other. After all, as representatives, you'll be working with each other quite often, so it's important to be familiar. Fureisu sighed. "As long as I'm away from Hatsum." Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, I'm guessing she can be a handful." Nedzu beamed. "And that right there is what I had intended for this first meeting. While you may be in separate courses or separate classes, you are students of UA all the same, and having good relationships with your peers is essential to your development. I sincerely hope that at least some of you leave this meeting with a greater rapport with others than you had when you arrived. There's no real schedule, so feel free to take the lead of the discussion, anyone." Togaike huffed. "I personally don't see interdepartmental relations becoming a thing. Sure, it'd be nice, but I doubt it's realistic." Izuku hummed. "Well, it depends on how open both sides are to getting chummy. If I had to hazard a guess, Togaike-san, you're expecting that the hero course will largely keep to themselves. Am I right?" Togaike shrugged. "Kind of figured you big shots wouldn't have time for us little people." Ida bristled. "On the contrary, making time for the little people, as you so put it, is a principal responsibility of heroes." Kendo nodded. "Heroes are, above all else, public servants, and we can't serve the public if we don't understand the public." Several noises of assent rose up, and she glanced around the room. "So, any suggestions on how to promote interactions between the departments?" Shinso cautiously raised his hand. "Well, some students in Gen Ed tried out for the hero course, but couldn't quite make it in due to having non-combative quirks. Some of us really want to be heroes, and while we could transfer by making a good showing in the sports festival, the fact remains that the hero course is getting exclusive training. They're shooting even further ahead and leaving everyone else in the dust." Izuku rubbed at his chin. "Gym Alpha is open to all courses after school hours until 6:30 p.m., And I'm pretty sure Gym Beta is the same. I know Hero Course students can't join clubs, since those run during our extra-school PRD, but is there anything against training sessions after hours? Nedzu chuckled. On the contrary, Midoriya-kun, all students are heavily encouraged to make full use of UA's facilities. Izuku nodded and locked eyes with Shinso. Alright, so what if we set up regular training sessions between Hero and Gen Ed students? It's not the same as heroics classes, but it's still more than what they'd get normally. Shinso nodded. Sounds good to me. He glanced at the other Gen Ed reps. That sound good to you guys? Tenohira frowned. While getting extra physical training alongside hero kids is all well and good for transfer hopefuls, what about something for the Gen Ed kids that want to stick to Gen Ed? Shouta raised his hand. What about a standing invitation for tutoring from the top scorers in the various departments? I knew some people back in junior high that became really close after studying for exams together. Tenohira nodded. That could work. Granted, we won't know who the top scorers are for a little while, but we'll get there when we get there. The only snag would be getting them to volunteer. Izuku shrugged. Well, that's a flaw in anything we come up with. No matter how much we advertise it, the choice to make use of it is still up to the other students. We can't force them to be buddy-buddy with each other, and some will insist on antagonism. Kenda groaned. Don't I know it? One of my classmates has spent every spare moment proclaiming that 1B is the superior hero class. And worse, I think some others are starting to side with him that we need to prove something. Izuku sighed. There'll always be people like that. Least we can do is try to show that they're the minority. But let's not worry about that right now. So far, we've only talked about Hero and Gen Edition. How could we foster relations with the support or management departments? Furesa hummed. I know that the Hero and support courses are already closer than usual, since Hero students tend to interact with their costume designers a lot. So we probably don't need to worry on that front, but beyond that, things might get difficult. Us nerds generally don't do well with socializing, a lot of us are introverts, and some are workaholics. Plus, I think a good chunk of us have had to deal with people offering friendship, only to turn around and make fun of us behind our backs. Izuku winced. Not a great feeling. Even worse is when they act like they want to be friends, when really they only want to use their connection to you to get somewhere else. Erasure hummed. That's true. But back on topic, what can we do? A thought occurred to Izuku. Say, the support students often have to market themselves to developers and companies in hopes of getting contracted out for gear and such, right? Kinzoku nodded. Yeah. Granted, we don't get a lot of that outside of the school festival, but a few enterprising kids will make themselves known during the sports festival. Izuku nodded. Right. And management students often create projections of a hero student's early career, or manage social media accounts for said students, right? Memai nodded slowly. Yeah. Where are you going with this? Izuku laced his hands together on top of the conference table. What I'm thinking is, we offer support students and management students a chance to coordinate, the latter will advertise the former. It could be an extra credit assignment, an after-school club, an optional side project, etc. I'm not certain how we'd present it so that it's less like a business proposal and more like an offer of cooperation. Here he grinned at the management students, but I'm certain you guys could figure that out. Adama huffed and ran a hand up his hairdo. Of course we could. 'Tis our role in the world after all. Zunu piped up, and while management classes generally focus on the hero side of things, maybe there could be opportunities for practice with more mundane businesses aligned with general education. Say, working cybersecurity for a popular streamer, or advertising for a new chain of restaurants. Rikai grinned and pushed his glasses up his nose. Indeed. I know some of my classmates have been put out that they keep getting slapped in the face with the fact that they are simple hype men, as they put it. Perhaps a break from the hero industry would be quite welcome. Erasure frowned and rubbed at his chin. I'm not sure how we could get support and Gen Ed to overlap, though. It's not like civilians get a lot of gear, or even need it in the first place. Cookie interjected. Maybe, but consider optional side assignments where a Gen Ed student shares a daily issue with a support student, and the support kid tries to come up with a technical solution to the problem. For example, say someone has chronic insomnia as a result of their quirk. Maybe the support student could develop a speaker that outputs a frequency that induces drowsiness. After all, as big a business as heroics is, it's not everything. Plus, science has stagnated hard since quirks developed, so maybe some of your classmates would be excited about getting that started up again. Kinzoko hummed. I know one of my classmates has had ideas for new fields of nutrition, but the assignments haven't really let her work in that direction. Last I heard, she was thinking up some kind of granola bar that's the nutritional equivalent of a full meal. Aizawa-sensei stood up straighter from where he was leaning against the wall. Say what now? Nedzu coughed into his paw and tapped at his wristwatch. As exciting as these conversations have been, I must sadly remind you all that we're running low on time. Still, what I heard discussed was interesting, and I'd love to hear you go into these in further detail. Perhaps we should establish communications between all of you, so that these topics can be brought up later in more detail. Izuku held up his phone, open to a newly made Discord server titled Congregation of the Rat God. Already on it, sir. You should be able to invite the relevant teachers and grant yourself admin privileges. He quickly switched over to his notes app, making a new note titled Rep Contact Info. He passed his phone to Ida and said, add your phone numbers, email addresses, Discord accounts, or anything else we can use to contact you. I'll be sure to make everyone's relevant info easily available from the server. I've already included mine there. Nedzu chuckled, already tapping away at his tablet. Excellent work, Midoriya-kun. When the bell rang to signal the end of 6th PRD, most of the class was up and out the door before Recovery Girl even shut her binder. She sighed and slid her materials into her handbag, slinging it over her shoulder and heading for the classroom door. You kids and your boundless energy. Izuku snorted from where he was desperately trying to cram yellow into his bag. Don't I know it? The class was gathered by the bus lot at 3:15, and Aizawa-sensei grunted in approval upon seeing everyone in their costumes. Good thinking. A hero needs to be ready to act at a moment's notice. Since everyone's here, go ahead and get on. Ida cleared his throat, likely intending to organize the class onto the bus, but Izuku laid a cautious hand on the taller boy's shoulder. And indeed, the bus has a non-traditional seating layout. Based on how Ida's shoulders slumped, the vice rep hadn't expected it. Thankfully, the class loaded up quickly and orderly, and soon the bus was rumbling across the massive campus. The front featured 4 seats on each side, much like a train car. Behind the middle entrances, the layout was closer to that of a traditional bus. Ida had taken the seat closest to the front on the driver's side, and Izuku sat across the aisle. Ashido, Aoyama, and Kaminari sat next to Ida, and Izuku was joined by Satu, Tsu, and Kirishima. Not long into the trip, Tsu leaned forward to look at Izuku. Midoriya-kun, Karo, I say what's on my mind a lot. What's up with your quirk, Karo? It's got so many moving parts, it's hard to believe that it's a single quirk. Izuku hummed. I get what you mean, Tsu. But Mom and I had it tested thoroughly when I was a kid, and we're certain it's just a rarely multifaceted quirk. I just hit the genetic jackpot. Kirishima grunted. I guess so. Your quirk's super flashy, so you'll have no trouble getting noticed as a pro. He held up his arm and hardened it with a shower of sparks. My own hardening is strong, sure, but it doesn't look like much, so I doubt I'll be very popular. Izuku huffed. Don't sell yourself short. That level of defensive capability is something most pros wish they had. It'll get you far. Aoyama laid a hand over his heart and boasted, but Mon Naval Laser is pro-level in both flashiness and strength. In unison, Izuku and Ashido deadpanned, yeah, until your stomach gives out. The French blonde pouted, and Kirishima chuckled. Still, if you want to talk both flashy and strong, nobody can beat Bakugo or Todoroki. The latter was asleep, and the former snorted loudly. And that's where you're wrong. I still have yet to actually kick the nerds but in a sparring session. The only reason why I was at the top of my class so consistently was that I barely had any competition. The nerd was the only one who made me work for it. Izuku snorted. He calls me a nerd when he refuses to stay up past sunset and complains if he ever gets below a 93 on an assignment. Pot me kettle? Uraraka giggled. Does he really? Izuku grinned. I'll send you his phone logs. 0 activity after 8 p.m. for the past 3 years. She started cackling madly, and Katsuki's eye twitched. Oh yeah? Well, how about I show quoth the raven your internet search history? Tokoyami perked up. You have my attention. Katsuki grinned, eyes locked with Izuku. The 6 most recent results are all searches for hero articles. Izuku bristled. Hey, if you were as serious about heroes as I am, you'd be keeping up with the news too. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Since when does could Miruko crack a person's skull between her legs like a watermelon have anything to do with hero work? And don't get me started on that tool clamp you bought. Izuku blushed furiously and pulled his hood over his head, almost the entire bus laughing. Kaminari, meanwhile, locked eyes with him and nodded sagely. A fellow degenerate of culture, I see. Izuku mumbled, I wanted to figure out if I could use blue to survive a Luna T. Harris. But no, Mom had to ban me from putting my head in a vice. Kaminari leaned across the aisle and laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder. From one man to another, I salute your attempt at sacrificing yourself in the name of science. At the front of the bus, Aizawa-sensei sighed deeply. Just barely loud enough to hear, he muttered, I chose to work with teenagers. He turned around and announced, Enough chatter, we're almost there. Uraraka nearly vibrated to a higher plane of existence when she saw the figure standing in front of the enormous glass dome. Oh my god, it's the space hero, 13. She's my favorite. She's my entire inspiration for going into rescue heroics. Izuku grinned and laid a hand on his classmate's shoulder. Easy girl. Wait until after class before you ask for an autograph. Katsuki raised an eyebrow and grinned at Izuku. After you do the same, right? Izuku rolled his eyes. Don't put words in my mouth. 13 bowed. Welcome, Class 1A. I've been eagerly waiting for you. Come, let's head inside. The huge double doors slid open, and Izuku couldn't help but gape at the interior of the massive building. The doors opened onto a raised platform, with a long set of stairs heading down to a plaza below. Immediately to the left was an assortment of wrecked buildings, and to the right was a smaller dome with opaque shades of blue. After the wrecked buildings on the left, there was a massive landslide, followed by a small mountain range. Next to the blue dome, there was a massive lake with a green slide, followed by another opaque dome with a flame pattern. In the center of the plaza was a large fountain on a raised dais, and rows of lights on the underside of the dome illuminated the inside of the building. 13 announced, a floundering shipwreck, a slick landslide, a raging fire, a howling windstorm, a sprawling mountain, and a devastated city. This building is a training ground I designed to simulate all manner of natural disasters, the unforeseen simulation joint. Kaminari blinked. So it's not Universal Studios Japan? Jairu smacked the blonde upside the head with a jack, even as the heroine sighed. They make that joke every year, kid. You're hardly original. Aizawa-sensei walked up to the other teacher, hands in his pockets. Where's All Might? The blonde buffoon was supposed to meet us here. 13 stepped closed and whispered something to the hero, holding up 3 fingers on her left hand. Izuku wondered what they were discussing, only for a chill to run down his spine. Izuku glanced around the dome, flexing his fingers. This sense of foreboding. What's going on? Aizawa-sensei sighed and turned to face 1A. Unfortunately, it seems All Might won't be joining us until the end of class. In any case, let's begin. 13 clasped her hands together. Now, before we get started, allow me to say just a few things. She held up her left hand and flexed her fingers. I'm certain some of you are familiar with my quirk, black hole, yes? Uraraka started nodding so fast, Izuku was afraid her head would fall off. You've used it to save so many people from all kinds of disasters. 13 nodded. Indeed. However, it is also a power that can all too easily kill. A hushed air fell over the class. I'm certain many of your own quirks are the same. While it's not a problem due to the stringent regulation of quirks, do not forget that many quirks can take a life with one wrong step. Aizawa-san's physical exams helped you discover hidden uses for your powers. All Might's combat exercise surely showed you the danger of using those powers on others. However, consider this class a fresh start. Here, you will learn how to use your quirks to save lives. She bowed gracefully. That is all I have to say. Aizawa-sensei grunted and pushed off from the pillar he was leaning against. Right. With that out of the way, let's dash. Suddenly, the lights shut off, and the class started glancing around in confusion. Izuku swore under his breath and scanned the area. The fountain in the plaza began stuttering, and the air warped in front of it. Purple mist swirled into existence, before exploding out into a massive fog bank that stretched across the path. A hand emerged from the fog and gripped it, and a head covered in a gray severed hand emerged, staring up at the gathered class. Aizawa-sensei barked, "Stay together and keep still. 13, protect the students." Kirishima looked up and leaned back. What's that? Down in the plaza, several sinister figures began streaming from the fog bank, slowly walking towards the stairs. The first person stepped fully onto the bricks, revealing a simple all-black outfit and more severed hands gripping his arms and shoulders. Kirishima squinted at the gathering below. Is this like the entrance exam, where the lessons already started? Aizawa-sensei ordered, "Don't move. Those are villains." The hero reached into his scarf and retrieved a pair of slitted yellow goggles, sliding them up over his eyes. Izuku was briefly overcome with fanboying, but that was quickly cast aside as he refocused on the crowd of villains streaming into the plaza. This is bad. No, Eraserhead pulled on his capture scarf, the weapon immediately flying out from his neck and quivering in midair like some deranged set of tentacles. 13 held an arm out protectively, placing herself between the students and the villains. Kirishima protested, "There's no way villains could get into the school." Yaoyorozu pushed forward to the front of the pack. "Sensei, what about the intruder sensors?" 13 paused. "We have them of course, but..." Todoroki hummed. "Did the villains only appear here, or did they attack the school at the same time? Either way, if the sensors aren't responding, then someone's quirk is jamming them. They isolated us far away from the main campus. This surprise attack was meticulously planned with some sort of ulterior goal in mind. But what?" Eraserhead stepped forward in front of the class. 13, start evacuating the students. Try to contact the school too. Kaminari, you do the same. I'm leaving them to you." The hero crouched before leaping down the stairs, his scarf streaming out behind him. Mineta cried, "What is he doing? He can't fight that many people at once. He's gonna get himself killed." Izuku grunted. "Don't count on it. If he's who I think he is, he's definitely got a good chance of kicking their butts. Still, this isn't exactly his forte. His specialty is a one-on-one fight, or a sneak attack from behind. Large crowds aren't his style." Eraserhead quickly set about proving Izuku wrong, leaping into the mass of villains and proceeding to tear the evildoers a new a-hole. Izuku let out a noise of surprise, before shaking his head and turning on his heel. "You heard the man, folks? We're sitting ducks here, we've gotta move. Everybody back to the bus." The class started running back towards the double doors, only for purple fog to shoot up from the ground in front of them. "I can't allow that." 13 immediately held her arms out protectively, standing between the students and the villain. "A pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. We have invited ourselves here, to this den of heroes, so that All Might may take his last breath." The glowing yellow eyes at the top of the cloud tilted. "And yet he is not here. Was the information we received inaccurate? Still, my role remains the same." Kirishima crouched, preparing to jump at the villain, but Izuku shot forward and grabbed the redhead's arm. "Don't. That's a suicide mission," the villain announced. "I will scatter you all and torture you to death." Purple mist exploded outwards, and the cap on 13's right index finger popped open. "I won't allow that." A powerful vortex of wind halted the mist, before drawing it towards the heroine's finger at a rapid pace. The villain froze, his body being dragged towards 13 ever so slowly. Izuku barked, "Go. Get out of here while he's distracted. As vice representative, I cannot in good faith abandon you here to fend for yourselves. You're not abandoning us, you're getting reinforcements. Run." Thankfully, the teen nodded and slammed his helmet over his head, his engines roaring to life and sending him shooting along the path towards the exit. The villain's eyes narrowed. "Are you truly so foolish as to discuss your plans right in front of the enemy?" 13 retorted, "You're not going anywhere." The villain chuckled. 13, you are a rescue hero, one who specializes in disaster relief. Your combat experience is less than half of a normal hero's. Another cloud of purple mist formed behind the heroine, and her black hole was channeled through the portal, shredding the back of her protective suit. 13 had the control to shut off her quirk quickly, but the damage was already done. The villain's eyes crinkled in satisfaction. "You have turned yourself to dust. And now I may fulfill my role." A blur shot forward, and the villain choked on his spit as he was hauled backwards through the air. Izuku's grip tightened on the villain's exposed neck brace, his hair a brilliant white. "No, you don't. As long as I'm still breathing, you aren't laying a finger on them." Katsuki caught on quickly, yanking his mask down over his eyes and blasting off, catching up to the two of them with sparks building up on his right palm. "Say goodnight, dirtbag." Red flashed out from his capsule and fused with Katsuki in an instant, and a massive explosion of fire ripped into the villain, sending him flying into the underside of the glass dome of the USJ. Izuku and Katsuki dropped to the ground, sliding a couple feet before skidding to a stop. At the same time, Ida wrenched the doors open and squeezed through, the roar of his engines signifying that he had taken off towards the school. The mist villain peeled himself off the glass, his eyes squinting. "My, that's troublesome. If that boy contacts the teachers, then all this will be for naught." He turned his gaze on the class, and where Izuku and Katsuki were standing defensively in front of them. "I must not forget that you are all brilliant golden eggs. You two in particular are quite troublesome. Perhaps you should be dealt with personally." Purple mist swirled underneath their feet, but Izuku quickly exchanged white for green, floating off the ground. Katsuki took to the skies, keeping himself aloft with continued blasts from his palms. "Nice try, dickhead. Let's see what else you've got." The villain's eyes narrowed. "Interesting. Flight is a rare ability, and yet here are two within the same class. You are quite intriguing, boy with the changing hair colors." Izuku cracked his knuckles with a glare. "I'd say I'm flattered, but I don't value the opinions of villains too highly." Katsuki shouted, "You're already done for, Shertweed. The cavalry's on its way, and you're not laying a finger on us." The villain sighed. "So it would seem." Suddenly, the mist vanished, and Izuku swore under his breath, spinning in midair to glare down at the fountain. As expected, the villain rose from the floor next to the one covered in hands. However, that was quickly driven from his mind, his heart leaping into his throat as he noticed that Eraserhead was pinned to the floor by a massively muscular villain. With barely a thought, he exchanged green for cyan and streaked through the air, bouncing off the underside of the dome and aiming straight for his teacher. He grabbed Eraserhead by the shoulders and pulled with all his might, ripping the hero from the Leviathan's grasp. Another flash saw him reform at the top of the stairs, his teacher held firmly in his hands. The misty villain leaned in close to the villain standing next to the fountain, who slowly raised his head to stare up at Izuku. His hands came up and started scratching at his neck furiously. For some reason, a chill ran down Izuku's spine. He slowly set Eraserhead down on the floor and crouched, adrenaline at full blast. The monster suddenly vanished, and the breath was driven from Izuku's lungs as the world suddenly blurred. 1 second he was standing defensively next to his class, and the next he was held in midair by the neck in the hand villain's face. Dimly, he realized that the Leviathan had him held in one meaty hand, easily encapsulating his entire back. The hand villain stepped closer, scratching at his neck with his left hand and his head tilted curiously. "Well, you're quite the interesting NPC. Not many units could beat Nomu's command grab. Who are you?" Izuku glared at the villain. Nobody you'll ever have the chance to see again. Face the facts. The heroes are on their way, and my classmates are untouched. You've lost, plain and simple. The villain chuckled drily. Are you sure about that, NPC? Nomu here is just as powerful as any pro-hero unit you can think of. In fact, he's been specifically designed to kill All Might. He's our cheat code, the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. Izuku scowled, but he had to admit that the beast holding him captive was undoubtedly strong. It had taken him everything he had to wrench Eraserhead from this thing's hands, and even then he'd probably caught it off guard. Maybe so, but you aren't dealing with just All Might, are you? When it comes to heroes, 1 + 1 = 3. And every hero on UA's staff is coming here right now. I doubt Nomu could stand up to that. The hand villain huffed. Mouthy little brat, aren't you? The mist villain rumbled. Shigaraki Tamura. The boy has a point. With the heroes on their way, there is a high likelihood that we will suffer severe losses. It may be wise to leave now. Shigaraki grunted. I'm still tempted to dust you for letting one of those NPCs get out, Kurogyri. But you're our home warp, so I can't. I guess you're right, this is probably game over. But why don't we leave a little present on our way out? Something to break All Might's pride as the uncontested symbol of peace. His hand reached out towards Izuku, frozen in Nomu's grip. Pink let out the closest thing she had to a roar, shooting from her capsule and embedding her top spike into his palm. Shigaraki screeched in pain and flung the wisp away from him, clutching his right wrist with 4 fingers of his left hand. Nomu, kill that thing. Izuku dropped to the ground as the monster released him, flashing across the bricks and grabbing Pink in one massive hand. The wisp shrieked as Nomu's grip tightened, the beast ignoring the spikes stabbing through its scarred flesh. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat, and he dashed across the plaza, reaching out with one hand. No! His hair suddenly lit up with all the colors of the rainbow, his body moving without thinking. Swirling energy surrounded his body, and he leapt towards the monster, his eyes blazing and his right arm ped. Get your hands off of her! His fist slammed into the side of Nomu's face, and a shockwave blasted the surrounding area, blowing the nearest villains off their feet. Nomu skidded across the ground, plowing trenches in the bricks with the talons on its feet. Izuku curled into a ball and allowed the shockwave to force him back towards the stairs, clutching Pink against his chest. Shigaraki gaped, but Izuku ignored the villain as he held Pink in his arms. The wisp was unconscious, her single eye blank and unmoving. She didn't respond to his touch, and his heart sank into his stomach. He curled up on the ground, hugging her tight as tears leaked from his eyes. No. There was another explosion, this time from the top of the stairs, and Shigaraki laughed. About time. Nomu. Kill All Might. There was another, gentler blur, and Izuku found himself deposited at the top of the stairs next to Eraserhead. All Might murmured, It's all right now, young Midoriya. Because I am here. Another gust of wind signified the hero's rush down the stairs, but Izuku could only clutch at the limp form in his arms. The other wisps flew out from their capsules, hovering over him with worry in their eyes. Katsuki stepped forward, and his breath hitched. No! In that moment, something snapped. Izuku's hair turned a dark shade of purple, swaying as though it was underwater. He slowly floated upwards, Pink spilling from his arms and landing on the floor. Purple energy swirled around his body, before concentrating around his hands and mouth and turning into ghostly claws and fangs. His eyes slid open, revealing that they were now a solid, glowing yellow. His mouth opened, and purple smoke flowed from his throat alongside a low snarl. Uraraka held a hand out towards him, but Katsuki stepped in front of her, gently pushing her back. Izuku growled, purple energy flowing over his costume and completely covering his body. He floated down and grabbed the floor, the energy digging into the pavement. His muscles tensed, and the ground cracked around his hands, before he took off. Katsuki darted forward and grabbed Pink's lifeless form off the ground, desperately turning her over in his hands. Come on, how the hell do you do CPR on something that doesn't have a mouth? Tashinori swore under his breath as he jumped away from the beast, his old wound from 6 years ago reopened by the creature's sharp fingers. This thing, it knew right where to aim, to hit me where it hurts. But I know I killed all for one. I crushed his skull into paste. Shigaraki gloated. Having trouble, All Might? You won't be able to take Noma down so easily. He's a super efficient punching bag that punches back. You won't take him down with brute force. You'd probably have better luck slowly gouging out his flesh bit by bit, but he wouldn't be that patient. Suddenly, an animalistic roar shook the area, and a glowing purple figure shot past Toshinori, bounding across the bricks on all fours and leaping onto Nomu, its eyes glowing with primal fury. It proceeded to tear into the monster with shadowy purple claws and ghostly fangs around its mouth, ripping off chunks of flesh and devouring pieces of skin. The whole time, it produced a furious growl that refused to die down, even when its mouth should have been otherwise occupied. Is that young Tokoyami's quirk? No, I saw him back up at the top of the stairs, and he didn't seem close to rampaging like this. And the shape of the head makes me think otherwise. If anything, those curls most resemble young Midoriya. The newcomer roared again as it tore Nomu's left arm off, howling at the ceiling as the purple energy coating its body covered the severed appendage, absorbing the arm into its own mass. Shigaraki scowled and ordered, "Kurogyri, get that thing off of Nomu." The figure whirled towards Shigaraki's voice, murder in its eyes. Its mouth creaked open, and young Midoriya snarled. Shigaraki took a step back, his eyes widening. Kurogyri? Young Midoriya took a step in the villain's direction, flexing his claws. You hurt my little sister. You nearly killed her. Shigaraki protested. I didn't even hit anyone other than Eraserhead. Young Midoriya snarled. Liar. You ordered your pet to kill her. You hurt her. You nearly killed her. Shigaraki took another step back. Kurogyri, stop this thing. Get it away from me. The misty villain obediently formed a portal underneath young Midoriya, and the student fell through. In his peripheral vision, Toshinori spotted the boy falling through the air towards the flood zone, still coated in that demonic energy. Shigaraki barked, "Noma, kill All Might while that thing isn't here." Toshinori immediately put up his guard, but the beast lay still against the bricks. As he looked closer, he could see faint wisps of purple coating its wounds and the stump on its left shoulder. That energy coating young Midoriya must be blocking its ability to regenerate. Shigaraki scowled. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How the hell did it disable our cheat code? Kurogyri floated closer to his charge. Shigaraki Tamura. The Nomo has been disabled, the other teachers are en route, and I was only able to delay that thing for so long. We must retreat while we are still able. Shigaraki grunted, glaring at Toshinori. Fine. Toshinori scowled and prepared a Texas smash. And who said I would just let you leave? A geyser of water erupted from the flood zone, and young Midoriya snarled wordlessly as he bounded across the landscape. Shigaraki screeched, Kurogyri, do something. A portal formed in young Midoriya's path, redirecting the student and sending him careening into Toshinori. The boy hit with more force than expected, knocking him back and disorienting him just long enough for Shigaraki to duck through one of Kurogyri's portals. Young Midoriya snarled and leaped for the portal, only to soar through wisps of purple smoke and crash into the bricks by the fountain. The student sprang upright, still on all fours and snarling wordlessly. Toshinori cautiously approached him, holding a hand out cautiously. Young Midoriya? Are you all right? He hurt my little sister. He needs to pay. Toshinori hummed. I understand. But he's not here anymore. Your sister is no longer in any danger. You can stop fighting now, young Midoriya. It's all right. The boy slowly relaxed, shrinking down slightly as the purple energy began to leave his body, flowing up his costume and pulling along his face before retreating behind his eyes. The yellow glow faded, and young Midoriya swayed, before tipping sideways and collapsing on the floor. Toshinori shot forward and laid two thick fingers against the boy's neck, breathing a sigh of relief as he felt the student's carotid arteries pulsing. Good, he's still alive. It was at that moment that the rest of the faculty arrived, alongside young Ida. Toshinori quickly scooped up young Midoriya in his arms and carried him up the stairs. When he reached the gathered students, he cursed under his breath when he saw that the pink wisp was carefully laid out on the ground, its singular eye blank and unmoving. I suppose that answers what he meant by his little sister. Katsuki met Toshinori's gaze. Is he gonna be okay? Toshinori cautiously set young Midoriya down next to the pink wisp. Young Midoriya should be alright, he merely exhausted himself with that newfound power. However, I cannot say for certain if she will wake up. What happened to put her in this condition, young Bakugo? The blonde glanced to the side. That big villain had dragged Izuku down to the fountain before anyone could react. When the hand guy tried to grab Izuku's face, Pink stabbed him through the palm. Hand guy ordered the big guy to kill her, and he'd started squeezing her really hard until Izuku somehow punched him out of the way. The shockwave bounced both of them over to the base of the stairs, then you showed up and moved them up here. I would have tried CPR, but, well, no chest, no mouth. Toshinori nodded grimly, meeting Netsu's gaze with his own. I see. Are there any other injuries? Young Yaoyorozu spoke up, just Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei. The rest of us weren't even touched, since Midoriya-kun and Bakugo-kun kept the mist villain from attacking us. Netsu hummed. Well, we can take solace in the fact that there were very few casualties from this attack. However, it remains to be seen whether or not there will be a death toll. I sincerely hope not. Katsuki scowled as he leaned against the wall of the hospital room. Initially, the doctors had tried to make him go with his class, but he'd made it abundantly clear that he wasn't leaving Izuku's side at a time like this. The nerd in question was currently laying in a bed, dressed in a hospital gown and slowly breathing. His hero costume had been carefully removed and sent back to UA for repairs. Pink was laying atop a medicine cart next to him, her single eye having been manually closed by one of the on-site paramedics. Aunt Inko had shown up at the hospital barely even a minute after Izuku had been admitted. The woman had been fraught with grief, and only marginally calmed down when Recovery Girl told her that Izuku was just suffering from quirk exhaustion. While her son may have been in relatively fine condition, Katsuki knew that she'd come to consider the wisps as her own children, and Pink's state had practically broken her. Auntie had been effectively catatonic when the hag showed up. Thankfully, Mom had always had a knack for reading the room. She barely spent any time fussing over Katsuki, quickly understanding that he was unscathed and gently guiding Auntie from the room. Logically, Katsuki knew that this wasn't such a terrible outcome. The attack on the USJ could have turned out a lot worse than a single injured student and 2 wounded teachers. Their classmates were completely untouched physically, at least, and a vast majority of the attacking villains were arrested, including the big bird guy. Statistically speaking, this was a major victory for the heroes. In spite of that, Katsuki still scowled. His brother in all but blood had come far too close to dying for his liking. And if what the nerd had said was any indication, he might as well have lost a 4 years younger sister too. He didn't even know if Pink was still alive or not. For all he knew, her corpse was lying there on that bedside table. The other wisps weren't much better. White was constantly pacing back and forth in midair, 2 tentacles behind his back. Cyan had a permanent scowl and kept jolting between the overhead lights. Red was uncharacteristically morose, still fused with Katsuki. Orange was hovering over Pink's body, flitting back and forth. Yellow was settled atop Katsuki's hair, his usually active stripes now grimly dormant. Green had lost her usual optimism, and kept warbling something under her breath that Katsuki still had no chance of understanding. Blue was practically catatonic, sitting on the floor and leaning against the foot of Izuku's bed. None of them had the exuberance and playfulness Katsuki had come to know them for. A sudden stomping from the hallway caught his attention, and he pushed off from the wall as the door slammed open. The conscious wisps all erupted into startled motion, and Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh, before loudly clapping his hands together. Guys, chill. After a few seconds, the wisps calmed down, and Katsuki turned his glare on the newcomer, who he recognized as the support chick from a couple days ago. Mind telling me why the F you thought it was a good effing idea to barge into a hospital room where a guy's in a effing coma? She stared back, unfazed. Well, if you don't want me to share my hypothesis on what might help Pink, then maybe I'll just leave. The wisps all snapped their gazes to her, and Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Talk. Recovery girl click-clacked into the room, swiping her cane at Dreadlock's shin. Out girly. You're no medical student, and from what I've heard from Maidma, I don't want any of your babies near that boy. Dreadlock scoffed. I wasn't gonna use any babies. It's just that you have preconceived notions about biology and might not consider what I'm proposing, so She actually stuck her tongue out at the old lady, and Katsuki took a moment to be impressed by this girl's sheer confidence. Recovery girl sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Tell me what your idea is before trying to act on it, and I'll tell you if it seems reasonable or not. Hatsum nodded. Fine by me. Now, I was fiddling around with the wisp capsule prototype that I kept, and I started wondering about the wisps themselves. Like, they don't have mouths or noses, or seemingly any internal organs outside of their eyes, so how do they live? Because they definitely live, but they don't seem to get their energy from anywhere. And then I started thinking about how they can fuse with people. They have mass, obviously, but when they fuse, the host doesn't seem to gain any extra mass, and the mass doesn't really seem to go anywhere. So what are they made of? And then the answer hit me like, light answers everything about the wisps. Katsuki frowned. How so? Think about it. Light is composed of photons, which are particles that have mass, but they act like a wave, a form of energy. When the wisps are separate from people, their bodies become physical, more like traditional matter. But they're like photons, so they're able to float and move around without any sort of propulsion. And when they fuse, their bodies act like a wave, like a unique form of energy. Energy is stored in matter, and the wisps are stored in a host's hair. So when they're unfused, they're basically pure energy condensed into a physical form. The fact that they each have a signature color, a signature wavelength of light, pretty much confirms it. They're living energy. Katsuki held up a hand. Okay, so you figured out what they're made of, congrats. So they're living light particles or whatever. How does that help us fix Pink? Hatsum beamed. Simple. Since they're made of light, they absorb more light in order to stay energized. So, since Pink is in poor shape, we just gotta get her light energy that she can absorb and use to heal up. Katsuki paused. That might actually work. I have noticed that they tend to be more energetic during the summer, especially on cloudless days. But I'm not sure if the difference is large enough that shining light on Pink to heal her would be viable. He hummed, raising a hand to his chin. Though, I've noticed that Izuku's always had a huge appetite, especially in the mornings when they're less active. Maybe part of their energy is absorbed directly from him. Recovery girl nodded slowly. That would make sense, since a majority of sentient quirks tend to draw on their host's metabolism. Though, in the case of the wisps, it could be that they can also draw energy from the person they fuse with as well. She stared at him pointedly. Have you been feeling particularly drained recently? Don't think I don't see those red highlights in your hair, boy. Katsuki frowned. No, I haven't felt any worse than usual. Either Red doesn't draw energy from me, or he hasn't because he's been inactive. Almost like he's asleep or catatonic. Hatsum clapped her hands together. So, we agree that we can give my hypothesis a shot? Recovery girl hummed. Maybe. I need to get in contact with the counselor that registered Midoriya's quirk, see if they might have anything to add to this. She turned back to Katsuki. In the meantime, I won't try to force you out, but you should probably take a break from watching Midoriya, for your own mental health. Katsuki huffed, but reluctantly headed for the door regardless. He paused to throw a backwards glance at Izuku's prone form, before nodding at the two remaining occupants and heading towards the lobby. Come on, Zu, you'd better wake your butt up. We promised to be the #1 hero duo, and I'm not letting you give up your end of the deal. Ugh, you're impossible. You keep insisting on charging way too much for what I'm asking. Hisashi seethed internally, but kept his face impassive. Sir, I know that having your own merchandise is an important step in a hero's career, but we simply can't accept exposure as payment. Our policy requires that the customer provides some form of capital before we can begin work. The hero standing over him bristled. Come on, my image would make millions. It already does, over in Japan. Hisashi resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. Sir, I've told you before, your resemblance to hawks will only get you so far. We require concrete payment to begin work. Takahiro huffed and crossed his arms. Fine, if you won't do it, then I'll go find someone who will. The hero stormed off, and Hisashi let out a deep sigh, sinking in his chair and pressing his forefingers into his closed eyelids. I swear, if I could just have 1 week away from this. His cell phone beeped, and he pulled it out, grunting as he read the notification on the lock screen. His eyes shot wide open, and he quickly shut the meager door to his cubicle, spinning in his office chair and unlocking his phone. Breaking news: UA first years attacked by villains. Hero News Network, Japan branch. UA High School was attacked on Thursday, April 22, 2234, by a group calling themselves the League of Villains. The group used a warping quirk to place themselves inside the unforeseen simulation joint, an isolated facility on the edge of the campus. At the time of the attack, the first-year Hero Course Class 1A was at the facility, reportedly for a class field trip. The class was trapped within the facility with over 150 bloodthirsty villains. Reports indicate that the class homeroom teacher Aizawa Shoyuda ordered fellow pro hero 13 to protect the students, before jumping down and taking on the mass of villains single-handedly. However, one of the villains, the warper by the name of Kurogiri, appeared between the class and the exit. 13 attempted to apprehend the villain, but Kurogiri injured her severely, before turning his sights to the students. The students were forced to defend themselves, as the class representative Midoriya Izuku and his classmate Bakugo Katsuki drove Kurogiri away from their peers. While they held the villain off, the vice representative Ida Tenya managed to exit the facility, running towards the main building to alert the rest of the faculty. It was at this time that Aizawa was suddenly pinned to the ground by another of the villains, referred to as Nomu. Kurogiri warped away from the students, causing Midoriya to notice his homeroom teacher's situation. He managed to free Aizawa from Nomu's grip and bring him to the other students, but at the cost of drawing the villain's attention. Reports claim that Nomu was ordered by the ringleader, Shigaraki Tamura, to grab Midoriya and bring him down to the central plaza. After a brief verbal exchange, Shigaraki attempted to use his reported decay quirk on Midoriya's face as he had done to Aizawa's elbow. At this point, Midoriya's sentient quirk attacked Shigaraki, stabbing the villain through the palm. According to witness reports, Nomu then released Midoriya and grabbed hold of the boy's quirk, nearly crushing it to death. In response, Midoriya apparently struck Nomu hard enough to send the villain flying, with the side effect of flinging himself towards the stairs leading to the exit. It was at this time that All Might arrived on the scene, quickly transporting Midoriya to his classmates before engaging Nomu. At this point, reports from his classmates indicate that Midoriya suddenly entered some sort of berserker state. Midoriya ran back down the stairs and tore into Nomu in a feral rage, managing to tear off several chunks of flesh and even ripping off the villain's left arm. Reportedly, Nomu stopped moving at this point, and the animalistic Midoriya turned his attention to Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Midoriya reportedly lunged at the two villains, but was redirected at All Might, stalling the hero long enough for Kurogiri and Shigaraki to escape. Shortly after, the other faculty members arrived to subdue and arrest all remaining villains at the U.S. Midoriya has apparently since fallen into a coma, and shows no signs of recovery. Thankfully, all the other students were unharmed, and both Aizawa Shoyuda and 13 are expected to make full recoveries within the month. However, it remains to be seen if Midoriya Izuku will awaken. UA has also closed for the time being, reportedly to beef up its security measures. Principal Nedzu was unavailable for comment at the time of writing. More information will be added as it arrives. Hisashi felt the blood drain from his face, barely even reacting as the door to his cubicle swung open. Hisashi, I just got word that another client walked out on you. If you keep losing customers like this, you're looking at a pay cut, or worse. Hisashi glanced up at his manager. Sir, my son's class was just attacked by villains, and he's in a coma. Could I just have 1 week off to go check on him and my wife? His manager sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I've told you 1,000 times, Hisashi. We don't give time off for villain attacks. If we did, nobody would ever come in for work. I'm truly sorry about your son, but you're going to have to step up in order to meet your quota. Hisashi had spent years honing his patience. He was a far cry from the firebrand that he used to be, and while he still had a temper, he liked to think that he could temporarily keep it in check. However, at that moment, he snapped. His manager blinked. Excuse me? Hisashi clenched his fist. He stood up from his office chair, his eyes blazing and smoke leaking from his mouth. I said, my only son is in the hospital due to being attacked by villains, and all you can tell me is that I need to work harder? This job, your job, and this whole goddamn company while I'm at it. His manager bristled. Hisashi, that is no way dash. The bisu was cut off by Hisashi throwing back his head and screeching wordlessly, a jet of flames scorching the ceiling. All conversation in the office halted, and all eyes turned to them. Hisashi stepped forward, stuffing his phone in his pocket and grabbing his manager's tie. 13 years. I've dedicated 13 goddamn years to this place, thousands of miles away from my wife and only son, putting in hours and hours of overtime until the bags under my eyes could hold my laptop. 4 years I've done my job as I was told, with no complaints from management. I endured a-hole clients with a smile. I sweet-talked customers into paying more than they probably should have. Hell, I even convinced government inspectors that this building was up to code even when some parts of it definitely aren't. I've devoted months and months to this job, and yet when I only ask for a single week, you tell me, no, and work even harder while you're at it. Well, I've had enough. I quit. He shoved the poor excuse of a man to the floor and turned on his heel, grabbing the photo of his family off his desk. He shut his laptop and stuck it under his arm, before turning around and stepping over the manager that was laying on the floor, dumbstruck. He stormed past the rows of cubicles, ignoring the stares sent his way, as he headed to the lobby and grabbed his coat from the rack. He grabbed his messenger bag from the rack, stashing his laptop and picture frame inside. His manager finally caught up as he yanked open one of the front doors. Hisashi, wait. And maybe there's been a miscommunication here. Look, I'll give you a raise. How does $5 more an hour sound? Hisashi turned his withering stare on the man. It sounds like bullshit. When I signed on, you made it abundantly clear that my pay was on a per sale basis. And frankly, the pay was never my concern. I've poured out blood, sweat, and tears for this place, and all I got in return was a single paycheck every month. The only reason I stuck around this long was because my earnings were at least decent. I was hoping that maybe management would finally let me see my son for the first time since before his quirk manifested. But now I see that you dragged me away from my family just so you could extort a lifetime of LBR. Well, I quit. I've had enough of this place. I'm going back to Japan. He turned on his heel and strode out of the building, ignoring the manager's desperate cries as he stormed off. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts list and hitting the call button. The line only rang once before she picked up. Hisashi, whatever it was you called me to talk about, now's not the time. Izuku dash. I know, sweetheart, Hisashi interrupted. I saw a news article about it on my phone. My manager came by to berate me about a client that had just walked out on me. I requested a week off, Inko. Just 1 week to check up on you too. And the BSRD had the gall to tell me to work harder. I promise, I've been trying to request the time off to come home ever since you called me about Izu's quirk manifesting. I thought that if I kept devoting myself to the company, they'd eventually let me see you too. But today was the last straw. I'm getting on the next plane to Japan and coming home immediately. There was a long pause as Hisashi walked down the street. Eventually, Inko sighed and responded, I'll start looking for jobs in the area for you. Are you still into merchandising, or would you prefer something else? Hisashi grinned. I think it's about time I take a more active role in our son's future career. See what you can find on support work in Mizudafu. Inko giggled. Oh, you and your little gadgets. Fine. Her voice suddenly took on a serious tone. You'd better not be lying to me, Hisashi. You remember our senior prom, don't you? And my fine control has only gotten better since. Hisashi nodded gravely. Of course I remember, Inko. Rest assured, I have no intention of having my manhood forcibly removed. He chuckled. And for the record, if you hadn't done that, I probably would have burned off the guys you know what. Inko snorted. Of course you would have, dear. Now get home quickly. Hisashi blew a kiss into the microphone. Love you, darling. See you soon, I promise. The next day. The first thing that registered in Izuku's mind was how tired he felt. Someone poked his shoulder, and he groaned, turning over and pulling the covers up over his face. Too tired. Let me nap. Then his memory kicked in, and he bolted upright. Sheet pink. A hand pressed against his chest, slowly lowering him back down against the pillows. Easy, nerd. The rest of his senses caught up with his brain, and Izuku registered that he was lying in a hospital bed, wearing a light blue gown. Katsuki was on his left, Mom stood on his right, and Recovery Girl was writing on her clipboard by the foot of the bed. How long was I out? Mom frowned slightly. About 2 days. The USJ attack was on Thursday, today's Saturday. Izuku glanced to the side and froze, the blood draining from his face as he noticed Pink lying limp on a table next to his bed. Is she? Katsuki huffed. Near as we can tell, she's alive, thankfully. Squeezed within an inch of her life, sure, but still kicking metaphorically speaking. That chick in support, Hatsum, I think her name is, had a crazy idea that I'm pretty sure worked. Izuku paused. How so? Recovery Girl set down her pen and huffed. She hypothesized that your wisps are composed of an energy that acts much like photons, hence their levitation and fusion. Going off of that, she proposed that they absorb light for energy. She thought that since Pink was trying to draw energy from you while you were out from quirk exhaustion, it was creating a feedback loop that was keeping the both of you unconscious. So, if we gave Pink a different energy source to draw on, you would recover from your quirk exhaustion. Then once your own energy was back, Pink would be able to recover fully. At least, that's the idea. Katsuki continued, so far, it seems like she had it right. You were out cold for a while, but once we brought in that sun lamp, you started showing signs of life, and now you're awake. Mom reached into her bag and pulled out several Tupperware containers, all packed with Izuku's favorite foods. And now that you're conscious, you can work on getting your strength back up. Since your only issue is quirk exhaustion, you're cleared for non-hospital food right away. Izuku hummed as Mom passed him a container of pork ramen and a pair of chopsticks. Did everyone make it out okay? He started eating, quickly speeding up once he realized just how hungry he was. Katsuki hummed and crossed his arms. You're the only injured student. None of the others got anywhere close to the villains, since you and I kept that Misty guy away from. 13th's suit got torn open, but thankfully she only tore the surface layer of her skin before her quirk shut off. There's a doctor at this hospital who can grow huge patches of skin from a small sample, so once that gets grafted, she'll be ready to go. Aizawa-sensei busted a few ribs, got his left arm broken, and lost some skin and muscle on his right elbow, but the medics said he could have been injured a lot worse if you hadn't gotten him out of there. All in all, not terrible. Sure, could have done without Pink's injuries, but hey, sometimes you gotta look on the bright side. Izuku took a huge sip of the broth, then set the container down on his lap and swallowed. So, what did I miss in school yesterday? Katsuki snorted so hard he started coughing, and Recovery Girl immediately started whacking him in the back with her cane. Mom giggled and said, Sweetie, you got attacked by villains. School was canceled yesterday. You didn't miss anything. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. But I'd hate to have missed out on my studies. White snorted. Yep, he's feeling better. Izuku glanced over at where the other wisps were gathered in the corner, pausing as he ran a quick mental headcount. Hey, where's Red? Katsuki pounded a fist into his chest and coughed out, still fused. Hasn't responded at all since Thursday. I think he dissociated or something like that. Izuku grunted, noticing the dim red highlights in Katsuki's hair. Are you feeling okay? We've never tested what happens if a wisp is fused for that long. Katsuki, now recovered from his coughing fit, shrugged. Nothing out of the ordinary. If there's a stamina drain, it's hardly noticeable. Like I said, totally inactive since Thursday. I think he took Pink's situation the hardest out of all of them. Izuku nodded. Makes sense. They always stuck together. He paused. Hey, where's my hero costume? Mom hummed. They got it off when you were admitted to the hospital. Apparently, they get a lot of injured heroes here, so the orderlies are experienced in removing costumes from unconscious patients. I think one of the nurses said it was sent back to UA for maintenance. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and the wisps flew in front of Izuku protectively. The other people turned to the newcomer, a man with curly black hair much like Izuku's own. Is Izuku all right? Mom giggled. For once, your timing is impeccable, dear. Izuku just woke up a few minutes ago. The man heaved a sigh of relief, straightening and pounding his chest with the inside of his fist a couple times. Thank God. I was worried he'd died before I could see him again. A few wisps of smoke left his mouth, and Izuku paused. Dad. Katsuki blinked. Uncle Hisashi? Dad grinned at Izuku. Hey kiddo. Sorry I didn't come back home earlier, management dash. He paused, then chuckled. I mean, I was busy getting the milk. Izuku snorted and white-rolled his eye. I see you got your sense of humor from him. Dad glanced at the wisps. Oh, you guys must be his quirk. Sorry I couldn't introduce myself sooner, my job wouldn't let me leave. He scowled. 13 years of tireless LBR, and they wouldn't give me 1 week off. Izuku blinked. Wait, if they wouldn't give you time off, then how are you here in Japan? Dad chuckled and rubbed at the back of his neck. Well, kiddo, you're gonna be seeing a lot more of me now, 'cause I kinda quit my old job. Mom smirked. He claims he stormed out in a blaze of glory. Or fury. Supposedly, they were interchangeable. I just hope it wasn't literal. Dad rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, I only scorched the ceiling over my cubicle, nothing serious. Izuku hummed. So, are you gonna get another job in merchandise, or something like that? Dad shook his head. Nope. I'm looking to see if there's anywhere in the area that does support gear. Recovery girl raised an eyebrow. That's so? Because my Jima's recently been wanting someone to help with workshop supervision. Dad blinked. Wait, seriously? There's a job opening at UA in the support department. Nedzu suddenly dropped out of a ceiling grate, startling everyone except Izuku, Recovery Girl, and the wisps. Technically no, but being me has its privileges. I must say, it's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-san. Your son is quite the interesting student, I will say. Izuku balked. Crud, the class rep Discord server. I still haven't finished setting it up. Nedzu chuckled and patted Izuku's foot. Not to worry, Midoriya-kun, I took the liberty of arranging everything there. Rest assured, the other class representatives have settled into their roles quite smoothly. I did instruct them to hold off on, I believe the term is, pinging you until such a time that you awoke. However, that should be changing right about. He pulled back his left sleeve and checked the watch on his wrist. Ankle? Whatever. Now. Izuku's phone, sitting on a bedside table to his left, suddenly started dinging like crazy, a flood of Discord notifications nearly making it buzz itself off the stand. Fortunately, Cyan darted over and caught it before it hit the floor, then set it on Izuku's lap as Mom took the ramen container from him. #General. Ardent Savior, Midoriya is awake now. You may proceed. Sanic, Taste the Rainbow, are you well? I hope I managed to alert the faculty quickly enough. Catch these hands, Taste the Rainbow, are you okay? You triggered my trap card, Taste the Rainbow, please respond if you are able. Keep coming, Taste the Rainbow, I know you can see this. Respond, dude. Gotcha bitch, Taste the Rainbow, you're one of the few non-assholes I've met, you'd better be alive. And you terrible thing, Taste the Rainbow, come on, pick up the phone already. Chin up bro, Taste the Rainbow bro, tell us you're okay. Green thumb, Taste the Rainbow respond, or so help me I'll cover your apartment with kudzu. Silence casual, Taste the Rainbow, you're awake, right? The greatest earthbender in the world. Taste the Rainbow dude, Tell us you haven't kicked the bucket yet. Lord of Thunder. G at Taste the Rainbow, you good, man? Opposites attract. H at Taste the Rainbow, respond already so I can get Hatsum off my back. General Mills. I at Taste the Rainbow, you're raising quite the buzz among UA's rumor mill. Care to confirm anything? Wooden T hit it with glasses. J at General Mills, layoff. He just got out of a coma. At Taste the Rainbow, you're okay, right? Spin to win. K at Taste the Rainbow, come on man. I've got 7 social media posts ready to roll out once you give me the go-ahead. Dad peeked over Izuku's shoulder and snorted. Management kids haven't changed since I was in high school. Izuku grinned. I've never felt so loved. His parents and wisps all gave him a variety of dirty looks, and he wilted. Okay, maybe I've felt this loved before, just maybe. Taste the Rainbow, mostly okay. Really hungry and ready to nap for another day or so, but otherwise completely healthy. Jury's still out on Pink, but we might be in the clear. Izuku set his phone on his lap, smiling as the Discord server continued to fill with well wishes, demands for comments, requests for approval, and lamentations about Hatsum. Well, sir, you wanted the different courses to be more familiar with each other. I think this is a good start, personally. Nedzu chuckled. I think I quite agree, Midoriya-kun. He turned back to Dad. Come by UA tomorrow around 1:30 p.m. for an interview. I suggest bringing a resume so I can determine where you might fit best on the staff. He grinned and gave a conspiratorial wink. After all, your skills may be useful in more than just the support department. Dad blinked as the mammal walked out of the room, the door sliding shut behind him. Did I just get a job at UA because my kid is a student? Isn't that nepotism, or something? Recovery girl sighed. No, you being Midoriya's father was just a feather in your cap. Truth be told, Nedzu's been keeping tabs on your old employers for some time now. Never got the full details, something about extortion and poor employee retention. He's been muttering about sniping their top customer service agent recently. Dad blinked again. You know, I feel like I should be concerned that Nedzu of all people has been stalking me, but I'm strangely okay with this. The elderly heroine snorted. That's the right attitude around Nedzu, in my experience. Get used to it. Pink suddenly shot upright, and everyone froze. Where's that muscle bird bozo? I'm gonna cut him in half. There was a flash of light, and Red tackled Pink off the table, rubbing his face against hers excitedly as he shouted, You're okay, you're okay, you're okay. Naturally, the other wisps quickly snapped out of their trances and joined him, piling on the stunned Pink and pinning her to the floor in a massive group hug. The only reason Izuku didn't join in was because his legs felt like they were made of stone, and so he stayed in his hospital bed, merely chuckling as he watched the antics of his all-but-official siblings. After about half a minute or so, most of the others had backed off, and Pink shoved Red's face away from hers, staring up at Izuku. So, what exactly happened? Muscle Dude nearly squeezed you to death. I punched him across the USJ's plaza, still working out how that happened, got so angry that my brain shut down, and then 2 days later, we're here in the hospital. Izuku glanced at Katsuki. Mind filling me in on what happened after All Might dropped us off at the top of the stairs? Katsuki grunted. I'm still not 100% sure, honestly. You just knelt there for a few seconds staring at Pink, and then you activated some kind of berserker state. It almost looked like you went into power mode, except it wasn't a color I've seen you use before. Izuku blinked. Really? Describe it in as much detail as you can. Katsuki frowned, laying a hand on his chin. The first thing that happened was your hair turning purple. It was creepy, almost like the pigments were bleeding into it from your scalp. You floated off the ground a good 6 inches, and thin purple mist flowed out of your skin, then solidified into ghostly claws and fangs. When you opened your eyes, they were completely yellow and glowing. Then some kind of freaky, dark purple energy covered your entire body, almost like a version 2 transformation from that old ninja anime, but purple instead of red. Izuku blinked. That sounds like something I wouldn't want to jump out at me from a dark alley. Katsuki grunted. Yeah, I think you scared the shit out of the lead villain when you jumped on Nomu and tore it to shreds. Izuku paled. I had killed it. Recovery girl grunted. Hard to kill something that's already dead. Dad blinked. That I don't follow. The elderly woman sighed. When the police were cleaning up the USJ, Nomu was surprisingly docile. Even let itself be handcuffed and restrained without putting up a fight. Didn't seem to respond to anything, not a single word. So, out of curiosity, they brought him to me, and I ran a functional MRI. Turns out, its brain is completely inert. Not a single one of its neurons are firing. It's mindless in just about every sense of the word. And from what we gathered, it was like that before Midoriya got his hands on it. Claws, I guess? Izuku hummed. Okay, that's a little easier on my conscience. Not by much, though. So, how small of shreds are we talking? Katsuki huffed, tore off most of the skin from its chest and stomach area, and ripped its left arm clean off. Recovery Girl grunted. More than that. For some reason, there's a coating of that same purple energy preventing cellular regeneration in areas where the skin got torn off. When one of my nurses cut off a piece of skin for examination, it regrew almost immediately. So it normally heals incredibly quickly, but something with that berserker state of yours is keeping it from healing at all. Izuku frowned. That's weird. What's weirder is that it sounds almost like a wisp power, but the color doesn't match anyone. Pink hummed. Actually, everyone turned to her and she coughed. Well, even though I was largely unconscious, there was a brief interval where I could feel an insane amount of raw anger. Just pure, unfiltered, primal rage. I'm guessing the other wisps didn't pick up on it, 'cause they were in shock. Izuku hummed. So, berserker state is a pretty accurate name for it, huh? If I get too angry, I turn into that, then pass out, and when I wake up, I don't remember anything I did during it. Katsuki grunted. That's one way to put it. It's like you went into some kind of frenzy. After a brief check over by some of the nurses at the hospital, Izuku and Pink were given the all-clear and released that Saturday afternoon. Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru came by shortly after they got home, and the two families held an impromptu party to celebrate Dad quitting his job in a blaze of glory, which Aunt Mitsuki had apparently already expected. Sunday was spent lounging around the house, mentally and emotionally recovering from the USJ and everything that had happened since. Mom's supervisor at Mizudafu General Hospital had told her politely yet firmly to take the day off to be with her family, something that made Dad very jealous. He kept grumbling about respecting employees and accommodating traumatic events all morning and through lunch. Although, his tune changed rather quickly. When he came back from his interview with Nedzu, there was a new spring in his step that hadn't been there at the hospital. As it turned out, Dad's passion for studying quirks had landed him a job as an analyst for the UA agency. And since he was employed at a hero agency, that acted as a loophole for UA's policy of only hiring heroes. Thus, he landed a second job as a lab supervisor for the first-year support classes. Come Monday morning, UA had reopened, and the front gate was thankfully devoid of reporters. When Izuku walked into the classroom, there were several shouts of surprise, and Dark Shadow immediately tackled him into a hug. I thought you were gone forever, and that I'd lost my bestest friends ever. Tokoyami coughed into his fist. She was very difficult to corral at night over the weekend. Izuku snorted. Now you know what it's like to get yellow to bed. Ashido bounced in her seat. Is your other buddy okay? She got hurt really bad at the USJ. Pink poked her head out of Izuku's bag with the closest thing she had to a smirk. Takes more than that to put me down. White rolled his eye. Just remember that you nearly were put down. We don't need you thinking that you're invincible now that you've escaped death once. Pink grunted. Yeah, I know. Just let me have a little confidence, okay? Izuku ignored their bickering as he walked over to his desk, setting his bag down and giving Dark Shadow a confident grin. As she returned to Tokoyami, now certain that Izuku wasn't going anywhere, Katsuki strolled into the room and plopped down in his seat with a grunt. Wonder who's gonna sub for homeroom. No way Sensei would come in after he busted his ribs last Thursday. The door slid open, and Aizawa-sensei walked in, his left arm in a sling. Enough chatter. Get to your seats. Uraraka protested. But sir, your injuries were hardly substantial, he interrupted. A broken arm and busted ribs are hardly detrimental to teaching. My patrols have been rescinded while I'm still healing, which I'm not thrilled about, but I'd rather not get on Recovery Girl's bad side. In any case, your fight isn't over yet. The class froze, wondering intently what that could mean. The sports festival is being held in 2 weeks. There was a collective sigh of relief, and Kirishima shouted, "That's such a normal school event." Izuku snorted. "Hardly. UA's sports festival is the most televised annual event in all of Japan, arguably even the world. Normal is understating it." Jairu frowned. "Still, is it okay to hold it so soon after villains manage to infiltrate the school? What if they attack again?" The hero sighed. "If it were up to me, I'd have cancelled it or at least pushed it back a week or more, but it's out of my hands. Still, we are being careful in regards to security. Hero attendance will be tripled compared to previous years. Plus, as hero students, this isn't the kind of event you can afford to miss out on. Most hero agencies use the sports festival as a way to investigate the capabilities of the next generation, to look for anyone with potential. And if they find someone of interest, they'll extend an invitation for an internship. Of course, you don't have unlimited attempts at such an opportunity. The sports festival comes once a year, and you're only here for 3. That gives you 3 chances to sell yourself to the pros, so you'd better not slack off in your training these next 2 weeks. Plus ultra and all that. The rest of the morning proceeded as usual. However, when Katsuki opened the door to head to lunch, he was met by a crowd of students standing outside the classroom. To the blonde's credit, he didn't do anything more than stare at them impassively. "Y'all need something?" Shinso pushed his way to the front of the crowd, giving Katsuki an equally impassive stare. "Oh, just getting a good look at the heroes who survived a villain attack already. Must be a nice feather in your cap to have the media's eyes on you already, huh?" Katsuki scoffed. "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't give a shit either way. The media can say whatever they want, all that matters is that I'm working towards being a hero. Got a problem with that?" Shinso grunted, locking eyes with Izuku before scanning the rest of the class. "Did any of you ever stop to think about those who didn't pass the practical exam? Some of us in Gen Ed still have heroic aspirations, but the test told us we weren't cut out for it. Well, a few of us aren't gonna take no for an answer. See, the sports festival is a unique opportunity for more than just the hero course. If a student from another department demonstrates more aptitude than a hero student, there's a chance that the latter will be moved out to make room for the former." Mineta swallowed. "Seriously? I thought passing the exam meant you had your seat secured." Izuku scoffed. "Come on, great brain, Aizawa-sensei's declaration on day 1 should have shattered that notion." He scanned the faces of the crowd, noticing Togaik standing off to one side. "Let me guess, you all decided to drop by to issue a challenge, yeah? Something about how you'll take our seats from us if we're not careful." He smirked. "Fine. Maybe you'd be a better hero than me, maybe not. But just know that we're already being careful about proving that we belong here. Our homeroom teacher is infamous for expelling anyone he doesn't think fits his standards. And he doesn't discriminate, he's expelled entire classes before. The only reason why we're still a full 20 is because we've all shown that we can meet the demands of the coursework. So if you think you can waltz into the sports festival with a cocky attitude and a little bit of spite, think again. All of us are gonna go out there and give everything we've got, and you'd better believe you'll have to put in the work to outperform us." His smirk softened. "But then, nobody said it had to be a competition. Sure, we might be in different departments, but there's no rule saying we can't be on friendly terms. UA keeps its gyms open after school hours, and any student from any course can use them. So if you drop by and happen to spot one of us there, don't feel like you've got to be a stranger." Kirishima pumped his fist. "So manly. Tell them like it is, class rep." Izuku met Shinsu's gaze with a grin. "If you do have what it takes, then by all means, show us what you've got." When Izuku sat down for lunch in the cafeteria, it wasn't long before a familiar figure plopped down in the seat next to him. "There you are, Captain Rainbow. Come on to spill. Was my hypothesis correct?" Before he could respond, she huffed. "Of course it was. 1. I'm me, and two, since you're sitting here, then clearly it worked. She paused. Wait, no, you could be up and about even if Pink's not okay. Is Pink okay? Please tell me Pink's okay, I can't stand being wrong. Izuku snorted. Pink's just fine. He pointed up at the ceiling, where the wisps were currently chasing each other around the rafters. See? Hatsum sighed in relief. Good, that means I was right. She sat upright, her grin widening. So, we got a new lab supervisor today, and he's so much fun. When he saw the baby I was working on, he actually had a good suggestion for me. Izuku raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Oh yeah? How so? Okay, so I was working on my capture gun baby, and I was having a little trouble with the ammo capacity. I just wasn't able to get more than one cartridge in the magazine with the materials I was working with. Then the new guy comes over and he asks what I'm working on. I tell him that I'm trying to fit more than one net in the gun, and I expect him to just nod and move on like most people do. But no, he looks over my shoulder and says that I could make more compact nets if I used carbon fiber instead of steel cable, and wouldn't you know it, he was right. I've gotten it up to 3 shots before needing to reload. Izuku chuckled. Sounds like a fun guy. Did you happen to catch his name by any chance? Hatsum shrugged. Nope. But he had these weird freckles on his cheeks, so I'm just calling him Freckles-san for now. Actually, now that I think about it, they were kinda like yours, Captain Rainbow. Pretty weird. She jumped. Oh, that's him over there. Izuku glanced over to see Dad standing next to Power Loader in the line, talking about something with the hero. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the familiar sight of a Campos notebook in Dad's hands. Can't help but think he looks familiar. Hatsum paused. Really? She squinted, her pupils dilating. Huh, now that you mention it, he does look kind of familiar. Ida, who had also taken a seat at their table, hummed. Indeed. I don't believe I've seen him before, but his features are familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. Power Loader said something and Dad nodded, closing his notebook and scanning the cafeteria. His eyes landed on Izuku, and he glanced at the others at his table, before grinning. Izuku chuckled and turned back to his lunch, picking up a bite of rice in his chopsticks and humming contemplatively. So, what do you think we'll be doing for the sports festival? Like, what kind of sports will we be playing? Ida huffed. Really, Midoriya-kun? The sports festival, despite the name, usually does not involve official, regulated sports. The events are randomized every year, and while some may resemble regular playground games, there is often a unique twist. There is no way of knowing ahead of time what tasks we will be expected to complete, so we must prepare for any eventuality. Hatsum scoffed. Come on, mufflers, any good inventor knows you can't be prepared for everything. It's better to find a thing you're good at, then specifically develop that one thing until it's basically an art. She leaned back and pointed a finger up with a sage expression. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. She returned to her usual grin and leaned forward, her arms crossed on top of the table. Found that quote online once a while back. Sage advice, if you ask me. Ida started chopping his arm furiously. But if you encounter a situation where you cannot use that one skill, then you become entirely useless. You must practice several skills so that you may be able to act in as many scenarios as possible. There was a cough, and they glanced up to see Dad standing by the table, a lunch tray in hand. If I might interrupt this fascinating debate, you kids mind if I sit here? Hatsum beamed. Freckles-san. Hi. I was just telling Captain Rainbow about how you helped me with my capture gun baby. Dad chuckled and sat down next to Izuku. Ah, it was nothing. Any good inventor knows that you sometimes need an outside perspective to make progress. If you hit a roadblock, a new angle is often just what you need to keep going forward. Izuku interjected, still, there's something to be said for persistence. Rather than backing away every time you hit an obstacle, sometimes you need to keep pushing at it until you hit a breakthrough. Dad grinned. Ah, but then if you never make progress, then you'll have wasted all that effort on pushing through when you could have gone around and spent far less energy. Ida hummed. Excuse my interruption, But could I please have your name? I don't believe you introduced yourself, and, he paused and turned to Hatsum. For that matter, I don't believe I caught your name either. I am Ida Tenya. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hatsum grunted, still squinting at Dad and Izuku. Hatsume. Same I guess. Ida nodded and turned to Dad. And you are? Dad exchanged a smirk with Izuku. Midoriya Hisashi. A pleasure to meet you, Ida-kun. Izuku speaks highly of you. Ida froze. So you are Dash. Izuku snorted. My dad took you long enough to put that together. Hatsum smacked a fist into her palm. Oh yeah. No wonder he looked so familiar. The hair and the freckles are the exact same. Wow, Captain Rainbow, you really got your looks from your dad, huh? Izuku shrugged. Mom says I get my shape from him and my colors from her. At least, before my quirk developed. Ida paused. Wait, your hair wasn't always reflective? Izuku grinned. Nope. When I was a little kid, it was dark green. Some of the kids at daycare called me Bush on occasion. Actually, now that I think about it, those same kids called me Mirror after my quirk came in. Dad chuckled. I can confirm, his hair was the same color as Inko's when he was young. Ridiculously fluffy too, and still is, despite what the coloration would make you think. Izuku rolled his eyes. If you ruffle my hair, I want you to know that you deserve everything that comes your way. Ida coughed into his fist. So, Dad grinned. Just use my given name, I don't mind. You work in America for over a decade, you adapt to the traditions. Ida nodded. So, Hisashi-san, why are you here at UA? Is it because of Midoriya-kun's recent hospitalization? Dad paused. I guess I am, in a way. I used to work for a merchandise company in America, and up until recently, I was getting annoyed that they hadn't let me come back to Japan to visit my family. Seriously, I hadn't seen Izuku since he was 2. So when I read an article that my kid is comatose after a villain attack, I obviously asked my boss for a week off. He scowled. And not only did the beast say no, he had the gall to tell me to work harder. Smoke started flowing from his mouth and Izuku sighed. Dad, don't trigger the smoke detectors. Dad blinked, realized his quirk was acting up, and coughed a few times, waving his hand to clear the air. Whoops, sorry about that. Anyway, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I quit my job and got on the first plane back to Japan, and when I showed up at Izuku's hospital room, Principal Nedzu offered me a job interview. Well, first he dropped out of an air duct and then offered the interview, but yeah. I'm technically working 2 jobs now, since I had to be hired at a hero agency before I could be added to UA's faculty. They have a clause in their hiring policy that only allows them to take on employees that are heroes or work at hero agencies, which I find a little weird, but whatever. In any case, I first got hired as an analyst for the UA agency, and then got hired as a lab supervisor under Power Loader. Ida hummed. Interesting. My brother employs a few analysts on his team, but I must admit I'm not as familiar with their work as I probably should be. What sort of work do you do as an analyst? Dad chuckled. Nothing so far, honestly. I've really only done stuff as a lab supervisor so far. He glanced at Hatsum. I will say, inventing is really different when you're in an official workshop. I'm hoping I'll get some time to do some engineering of my own, but it's nice to walk around and see what other people are working on and occasionally offer advice. Hatsum gasped. You make babies too? Dad hummed. Well, not to the extent you do, Little Miss Lab Safety. But yeah, when I was younger I had a penchant for tinkering. See, due to my quirk, my mouth is fireproof, and I used to chew small bits of metal like gum when I was a teenager. But when I started getting older and lost the habit, I had lots of scraps that were just sitting there, so I took up engineering as a way to use them up. After a few prototypes, I started making little gadgets that helped with day-to-day tasks. Handheld electric pencil sharpeners, electric letter openers, thermos heaters, stuff like that. Hatsum hummed. Electric letter openers? Dad chuckled. Oh yeah, that was one of my better ones. It was basically a razor attached to a pair of wheels. You'd insert the blade on one side of an envelope, hit the button, and let the wheels pull the razor along the flap to cut it open. Helpful when your breath tends to light paper on fire while you're trying to open it with your hands. Tokoyami, who had just sat down, nodded. That does sound like a good thing to have for such a situation. Dad gasped. Oh, you're the kid with the other sentient quirk. Tokoyami, right? Tokoyami hummed. That would be me, yes. Do you have business with myself or the demon residing within me? Dad pulled out a notebook and pencil with stars in his eyes. I had a few questions on how your connection affects you. First off, if the sun is particularly bright on a given day, does it still hurt Dark Shadow even if she's currently inside you? And for that matter, where does she go when she's not manifested outside your body? And why does it always look like she's coming out of your navel? Tokoyami blinked. Izuku sighed. Chill. Save the quirk analysis for the second meeting at the earliest. Dad blinked, then blushed furiously as he stowed his notebook and pencil in his pockets. Sorry, I just get really excited about new quirks. That's another hobby of mine, actually. I just find quirks so fascinating, and sentient ones especially are so rare. Dark Shadow emerged, setting an arm on Tokoyami's head. You hear that, Fumi? I'm rare. Imagine that. Dad blinked again, then turned to Izuku. You didn't mention that she can speak Japanese. Izuku shrugged. Didn't exactly come up. We're fairly certain it's because she has a mouth and vocal cords, which the wisps don't. He paused. Actually, going back to Hatsume's idea that they're composed of energy, that could be how they're able to make noises without a mouth, nose, or lungs. They're converting light energy directly into sound energy. Dad hummed, pulling the notebook back out and scribbling something down in it. An interesting thought, and something I'd really like to test out if I get the opportunity. There was a cough, and Dad glanced up to see Power Loader standing over their table. Oh, my Jima-san. Is my lunch break over already? Darn, I was hoping I'd have more time. The hero chuckled. Don't worry about it, Hisashi. Just wanted to let you know that I'm heading back to the labs for my own lunch, and that you can join me when you're finished up. If you're here, that means Hatsume has supervision, and I can stop worrying that she's going to blow up the cafeteria or something. Hatsume pouted. But sensei, explosions dash are a sign of progress, I know, the hero finished. Just keep the progress to the workshops, all right? Hatsume grinned. Absolutely, sir. This place doesn't have the proper equipment, and I wouldn't want cross-contamination anyway. Can't have radiator fluid getting into the combustion chamber. The man sighed. Sure, kiddo. As the hero walked off, Hatsume seemed to remember something, spinning to face Izuku with stars in her eyes. Oh, that reminds me. I got your costume all fixed up, Captain Rainbow. Izuku blinked. Fixed? I didn't realize it needed repairs. Hatsume snorted. Repairs? It was intact, but that doesn't mean it didn't need fixing. Izuku blinked again, confused, and Dad sighed. She means she made a few adjustments to it. That makes sense. What did you change? She clasped her hands together. Well, most importantly, I figured I'd add some purple for that frenzy thing you did. Sure, it's not pretty, but it's still a part of your quirk, so it deserves representation. I added a purple stripe to your hood and purple outlines to the palm flames on your gloves. I also was gonna add another wisp capsule, but 1, I didn't have any more of your hair to work with, and 2, Power Loader told me you didn't get another wisp, so there wasn't much need for an extra. Dad blinked. Wisp capsule? Hatsume gasped. Right, you haven't seen those. She reached into her bag and pulled out a slab of metal, slamming it down on the table. The base was some kind of metal painted the same teal as Izuku's costume, 8 inches long, 4 inches wide, and maybe an inch thick. 8 clear circles were set in a grid on top, each circle containing a small loop of prismatic hair. There was also a teal fabric strap on one side, almost like a messenger bag or a purse. Here, I made this in accordance with civilian equipment legislation. It's like your own carry-on wisp capsules, so that they don't have to fly around everywhere while you're not in costume. Dad hummed, leaning forward and peering at the glass circles. How does it work? Hatsume beamed. I'm glad you asked, Freckleson. See, when a wisp fuses with a host, the energy they're composed of, is stored in the molecules of the host's hair follicles, which is why it changes color. Since the wisps are Captain Rainbow's quirk, they're able to fuse with his hair even when it's not connected to his body. Unfortunately, they can only stay in individual strands for so long, but when you braid multiple hairs together into rings like you see here, the fusion lasts pretty much indefinitely. Izuku frowned, noticing that the capsules were missing the hinges. Wait, how do the wisps get in? Hatsum scoffed. Since the wisps are basically living photons, there's no need for hinges. Just pop through the glass cover and into the hairs, right? White flew down, considering the apparatus carefully. He set a tentacle on the closest capsule and closed his eye, humming intently. After a couple seconds, there was a flash, and the hair inside was bone white. There was another flash, and white floated next to Izuku's shoulder, tentacles crossed. She's right. Since light passes through, so do I, as long as I focus less on the glass and more on the hairs underneath. Might need some time before I could do it without thinking. Still, that's really useful in the field, since it means we could go straight from the capsules to the air without Izuku having to open them. Dark Shadow nodded. Yeah, that makes teamwork a lot easier. Dad was scribbling furiously in his notebook, and Hatsum beamed. See? Now you've got a nifty little case for your wisps on the go. No need for them to fly everywhere. Izuku grinned. And it means I won't have to get them all crammed in my backpack to get on the train. Cyan heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God, I hate getting stuffed in there with all your school supplies. I keep getting stabbed in the butt by your pencils. Red snorted. What butt?